Oh my gosh, we're back again. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We're back with episode 3 of chapter 3 of Echo of the Astral Sea. That was not a rhyme I had planned, but here we are. Um, so I think we're all feeling a lot better than we did last week. I know personally, yes, both literally and metaphorically. And I think having Alex back, it's nice to have you back, buddy.
Thank you. Yes, had a bit of a celebration going on, so unfortunately, family
Important
comes
stuff.
first.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, we also have Velen or Matt. Okay.
Hello. Yes. Okay. There we are. Sorry, I had my
desktop
mic
audio
muted, but now it's a. Thank you so much, Mark. It is so good to hear your voice. It is so good to see everyone's faces tonight. I'm very excited for this episode. Last episode we had some technical difficulties. Alex was gone. The snowstorm was in peak. Dayton was falling in and out. All of us were falling in and out, but we persevered and got it done, and I'm so glad we did. And we're back tonight. I'm super excited. I'm Matthew Roberts. I'm playing Velen Yosai, the club's Astral Elf, Artificer Warlock. And last 2 weeks episode has left me a bit unsure of what's going on and defensive and ready to find a place to just chill. So I cannot wait for tonight's episode. Mark, it is so good to see you.
Yeah, and it's good to see all of you. Of course, aside from Matt, we also have the other 3 wonderful players. We have Marina.
Hey everyone, I am Marina playing the Jade Fox, and I'm happy to be here.
And we're happy to have you. And of course, last but certainly not least, we have Dayton.
Howdy, howdy, folks. Yeah, last session was a little rough for us, but I'm pretty excited to see what this one has.
Yeah, I'm glad to be back to it. Well, all right, so I forgot to take session notes, so this is going to be a little rough, but here we go. Last time on Echo of the... what am I doing? Introductions of the whole session of the campaign. We are running a Light of Xerxes campaign. It is a heavily modified Light of Xerxes campaign. Any of you that have already run the module itself, you'll see some familiar names, a couple small similar narratives. I've done a lot of rewriting around a lot of the characters, so you see characters like Mert and Crux. They're all doing different things than they would have in that module because it serves a larger narrative that I have written. But of course, it is, thank you very much to Wizards for having made that module. Light of Xerxes clearly captured my imagination, and we are where we are. So, let's go ahead and jump into it. And last time on Echo of the Astral Sea, Jade rowed the Brothers of Grey ship alongside Boswell to the docking structures of Kazar Dome. The tree-like structures which were evenly spaced, straight branches shaped like tuning forks to hold the ships. Moments later, the ship is struck by something, stunning Auric the Plate and giving Jade and Boswell a moment to flee. With the intention of getting into the fight alongside to help people, Malik offers Tin Man and Velen a ride into the fray. They attempt to hop on, but Malik jets off early and Velen fails an attempt at reaching for the Autognome, who falls, but with little fear. Instead, he smirks and activates his slow fall ability, in the form of thrusters that peek out from the seams of his body. He touches down at a tactically advantageous location and surveys the situation. Velen and Malik arrive moments later and come face to face with an Eater of Knowledge, a hulking aberrant with a towering frame, vicious psionic magics, and viscous red skin. Tailor-built for what their name implies in the worst possible way. Jade and Boswell make distance and seek to find Velen and Tin Man, who have linked up and are taking potshots, involved but not committed. Malik very much, however, has committed to this fight, and using his jammer bike as an improvised ram, helps deal a considerable amount of damage to one of the Eaters of Knowledge, and then wades into the fight himself. Behind all of this is a sphere that is chewing up Khazar-dûm, overseen by a small mind flayer and its cadre of cultists. The party notices the sphere growing bigger, and one of the Brothers of Grey calls for them to shoot the Illithid leader that's leading the chant. Tin Man nods, assuring her that he'll spend no more than the time strictly necessary on a problem he doesn't consider his own, and takes the shot. Both are immaculate, and Tin Man strikes the Illithid not once, but twice. It lurches in pain from the first shot and loses its balance from the second, tumbling forward, injured and bleeding into the very sphere it had created. The sphere itself, no longer tethered by the Illithid, begins to fluctuate. The excess energy needs to go somewhere. Sensing the danger, the party begins beating a hasty retreat. Valen grabs Tin Man, Jade, and Boswell, riding the shockwave to safety. Jade is deafened by the impact of the psionic energies and struggles to communicate with the team for a long moment. They stop and catch their breath as Malik joins them, almost entirely devoid of his clothes as he'd been caught very close to the center of the blast, but otherwise alive. The party needles the exhausted barbarian with some questions, which he's generally happy to answer. The attacks have been happening more lately, and Malik believes them to be a testing of their defenses. Something changed in Khazar-dûm, and by Malik's estimate, it happened about 5 years ago, and the attacks have been happening ever since, albeit an increasing occurrence. Malik looks up and sees a figure heading your way. He excitedly jumps up and leads the party over to an imposing, broad-shouldered tabaxi with a white gold mane and a serious face. Wearing a greatcoat shimmering with metals and a cane to support his limb, Malik introduces the party to Boladora Elo, wall guard of Tower Elo and Malik's boss. He stands about 60 feet distant yet as Malik is approaching, and he seems to be stopped and watching alongside the 3 guards on either side of him as he surveys the group of you. You could see him speaking with Malik for a brief moment, and then Malik waves you over. What would you like to do?
I think it's going to be important to get some aid and resources to the survivors on our ship from the Rock of Brawl. So, if you guys, I don't know, what are you guys thinking here?
We stick around, we're getting ourselves wrapped up into something. But you're right, there isn't many other places we can go, especially with the people we have aboard.
Yeah, we got to find somewhere safe for them before anything, or our word won't be worth the weight in stardust.
Mark,
owe it
where
to 'em.
are we right now?
You are about 900 feet distant from where the Ela turn is. You're in the middle of or just off to the side of a Brothers of Grey encampment where this attack seemed to have happened. So you're in sort of a main walkway or throughway where the folk who work and train around here frequent. But there is the fallout. You can actually see that around you, several of the injured are being tended to, and this entire open area has sort of been turned into something of a triage area. The medics, those with the skills to help and heal, are actively doing so as the best they can.
All right, so I would assume I'm still on our ship with the survivors since I wasn't at the attack. Unless you've come in, like, you've gathered all of us. Like, that's what I don't know where Nico is at the moment.
So if Nico would have headed towards the group, which I would not have put past him, it would have happened probably within the last 10 to 15 minutes after things calmed down. So it would have been easy for you to reach them right about now if you'd like.
Okay. So yeah, Nico just comes running up. Hey guys, whoa, that was kind of crazy. Everybody cool? Everybody okay? Look, I don't want to be the guy that rushes this, but we really got to get the people off the ship. It's cramped, it's crowded. People are impatient.
Yeah, but we go rushing, we're gonna cause ourselves some trouble. Let's see if we can enlist some folks to help us out here. They do things right. Maybe we can kind of look over at Valen, shuffle out in the chaos.
You want to put a bunch of civilians in danger?
I wouldn't say they're in danger here.
I would certainly hope that fine gentleman approaching us a little nicer than the kind of glancing back over my shoulder wall of man meat that just about did you in there, Miss Fox.
I already miss him.
Seems to me like this island's got a couple different factions on it. Let's see if we can make friends of at least one of them.
I don't disagree, Tin Man. That sounds like a good idea.
Nico is just giving all of you what the hell happened look.
And Mark, I don't think we've addressed it or not, but do I still have my mask on?
You do. You have not taken it off.
Okay.
Is Boswell standing next to us?
Boswell is standing nearby. He's attempting to flag down a medic to deal with what scratch was left on him from after you healed his knife wound.
Jade will tend to him enough to stop the bleeding with a salve or something.
He watches as you track him down. I'm trying to find professional help.
I told you to stay around me. I don't need you to be running off and getting into trouble again. Do you understand?
Trouble is there to be gotten into. I'm harmed. I've
Right.
gotten into trouble.
Do you want to get hurt even more?
Is that a threat?
It's quite a few things. I don't make threats, I make promises.
I want
You're
you to make an
coming with
intimidation check. And I'll give you advantage because he's seen what you can do.
Yeah, of course.
It's going to be very difficult.
A 13 and an 11. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I appreciate you calling those out. It's going to be difficult for me to do business here if I have to be tethered to your side.
I'm well aware of that. Follow me.
Wait,
Okay.
Boswell, I thought
Nico,
you knew these people. How
the
did you
Brothers
get?
of Grey.
Yeah. You said you had an in and you were all like buddy with them.
I said that my bosses had dealings with them. I have not personally dealt with them. I thought that some common ground would help, but they do not seem the type to like common ground.
So judging by that, how are you? Anyways, you Boswell, go find some help. Yeah.
Jade just squints at Nico.
He doesn't budge from Jade's side, but he gives you a nod as if, yes, I will go find help, but I'm not moving.
Boswell has a couple questions to answer, doesn't he, Boswell?
It seems I do.
So that quiet place where we're going to debrief, we need to select it. Surely there's an alley somewhere that we could go hide and talk.
I don't think we're going to lose these eyes. They're walking right towards us right about now. I'm going to turn around and kind of like wave at them. All right, lock in, guys.
Miss Fox, if you want to slip out, now's the time. We'll play diplomacy here for you.
You don't want me around. I have stuff to talk to you about.
Oh, I'm sorry. It sounded like you were looking to slip out.
We'll see what you guys do.
As you
No,
go ahead, Nico.
Look, just we honestly, we should actually talk about our our angle before this meeting happens, but that's not going to happen. So
Yes.
I get why Jade wants to slip away.
She's
Um,
walking up right
it's
now. She's right behind us. And I'm gonna start waving like over your shoulder at him.
And they are on the approach. However, as Tin Man brings up giving Jade an out, Jade, at your opposite elbow from where Boswell is, you feel a small rush of air, and there's suddenly a stock still figure standing next to you. A shock of red hair pulled back into a svelte ponytail, and a pair of framed glasses on a well kept, um, made up face, wearing a very smart, sharp suit and carrying under her arm a set of folders. Charlotte stands there.
I thought you were talking about me.
Actually, Jade, we have business here.
Stupendous.
Excuse me? Who are you?
I am Miss Fox's personal assistant.
You've
It's-
all met. Don't
it-
tell
it-
me you've forgotten.
Captain, it's been a hectic week, but I do believe you've crossed her path more than once.
I'm just surprised she made it. I didn't know she made it.
My people are very well.
Very well. And I'm gonna kind of
Well-
turn back and look at to see if their leader's coming.
They're standing about 30 feet distant, and Malik is still waving you over.
I'll start walking towards them.
well,
Well,
he-
Miss Fox, do you want
as-
to come along with
as-
us, or
as Valen starts to walk towards, I will put my hand on Valen and be like, "What are you doing? You have a mask on. You haven't said a single word to most of the people around here. Like, you're gonna just want to saunter up and talk to them now?"
I'm gonna figure that out before I get there. I'm hoping you guys are gonna meet me up there too.
he's just gonna walk up?
Yeah, if
I-
if I gotta buy some time, I can go.
All right, well, let's do it, Valen.
let's start
And I'll follow behind Valen. I'm like, all right.
All right, so Valen, you're approaching. Nico, you're right behind him. Jade,
Yeah.
Tin Man.
Jade's gonna slip out. Not slip, but she'll say her goodbyes real quick and see what her associates need.
With that, Tin Man will nod his hat and quickly hustle up back behind these two.
Scarlet.
Skirt.
Stop. Yeah, skirt.
Skirt.
Scarlet looks at you, Jade. She sort of looks over the lensless frames. I'm just your cover.
Go get us a nice secret spot to hang out at.
Scarlet, do you have a good idea of this area? Where's a nice quiet place where we could go sit and have a safe moment?
Out here, that's tough to find. I think the best you could do is getting the ship clear and using the one place we know we brought with us.
The ship does seem like a safe place, considering. Are you able to report on Sable, his whereabouts, what he's up to?
I've tried, and I've yet to be able to get through to him.
I need you to try again, dear.
I will.
Is there another way that we could reach him? I haven't been able to buzz him in my reader.
I have an emergency option, but let's see if we can try the conventional methods first.
I have reason to believe you may be in a lot of trouble. So if you haven't been able to reach him, And considering what I've discovered with my little friend here, there's a lot on the line. So go ahead and see about that, please.
Understood. And she'll give a small incline of her head as if you were her employer and turn and stalk away.
Oswald, on me. We're heading back to the ship.
Understood. Don't have much of a choice.
You have a choice, Boswell. I just want to make sure that we're safe before you're off on your own. You were nearly killed. Had I not been there, you wouldn't have a head. So I would... I've got you right in a few ways, actually.
Yes. Though I am loath to admit it.
How much is your life worth? And we'll say this as we're walking.
Do I have a choice as to not answer that question?
We'll see in time, won't we?
I get the feeling that you'd be able to learn if you wanted.
I know quite a few things about you already, Boswell. Why do you think I have you around?
So you're saying I'm useful?
For now.
Hmm.
Even though
I
you
had
did
a
stab
silver for
yourself.
every time I've heard that.
Even though you did stab yourself with a dagger. Obviously, I can't use you for combat, aside from being a shield or distraction.
And even then, I'd probably do terribly. What good is a shield that screams when a blade is pointed at it?
Distractions have wonderful places on the battlefield. And
they're
behind
often
the
one
curtain.
use.
This is true. Anyways,
Yes, let us be back to the ship. Perhaps we can figure out what to do with these people. I do believe that your bosun, whoever the Thry-Kreen was, has got a good head about him for this kind of thing. Perhaps we can help him organize.
surely you have assets that you can utilize to help these people be moved.
I can call them in, but I have no idea how long they'd be in coming. I don't know if you've noticed, but we're in the butt crack of nowhere.
I did notice that. But with most of us having our magic abilities, surely there's a way to reach out farther. Don't you know people upstairs or around?
He looks up at the upper layer of Kaiser Dome. Out here, perhaps I can speak with some of the more reasonable of the Brothers of Grey. From a distance, outside of blade range, perhaps. Though some of them have magic and crossbow, but besides the point. I can try.
You are not going to talk to anyone from the Brothers of Grey. No one. You're marked for death.
Very true. But the person currently holding my leash is saying that I am only useful for the moment. So, you understand my situation.
You're safer with me than you are with them.
You understand you asked me to wait for a blade in the back, then march bravely to a blade to my face.
I never said there was a blade to your back.
They rarely do.
You would have been gone by now.
But I'm useful. For now.
Boswell, I did not feel that your end was met there. I don't know how else to say that. A certain friend of ours would say, I saved you and I'm your hero, and I hope he chokes saying that, but I just felt that your end should not have been met there. So my lapse of judgment, take it as you will, but you're here. All I ask is that you help these people. Out of anyone else I could have taken, I picked you. Help.
I can do that.
Thank you.
May I ask one condition?
Shoot your shot.
I thought today, less than an hour ago, I was to be dead. I am on borrowed time. You've made clear yourself. Whoever holds said time That is not for me to decide at the moment. But when my time comes, I hope it's you.
We'll see what the dice roll. But for now, I need your assistance. Help these people.
Let us be about it.
Is that the thing?
Valen, Nico, and Tin Man, you approach Bolador Elo. He stands as a statue, shifting only ever so slightly. You can see that just from his stance, one of his legs seems to bother him. And he is supplementing that with a cane. The cane itself catches your attention in that it is almost a sheer white sort of wood, or there's a grain to it of sorts, and the handle is that of a silver dragon's head, or the top of it. He himself waits patiently for you to approach, but you could see, like I said, the antsiness in his stance. And as you get a bit closer within talking distance, Malik takes a step back. Boladora steps towards you and offers a hand.
I'll reach out and shake it without saying a word.
It is not for nothing that I see you here.
We
Bye.
appreciate you meeting us.
Yes. I have my reasons for being here as well, and it is fortunate that he looks at you, Nico, that you be here.
Me?
Correct.
Wait, you know me?
I know a friend of yours. In fact, he told me to expect you. After a fashion.
Oh! Wait! Are you talking about the crazy Minotaur guy?
The very same.
Oh! Yeah.
And the Rygar that he always has with him was here as well.
Yes. The love of my life, yes.
He surreptitiously reaches up and plays with a button on his collar, and sort of flashes it towards you, Nico.
I'm assuming it's the Water Bearers Union. Nico will very deftly do the coin roll across what pseudopod. Like, there's no actual figures, but he does the coin roll in the pseudopod of the same Water Bearer token that that Canadex and Bladar gave me.
He gives a subtle nod. Yes, Canadex was here, though he did not specifically tell me to meet you. Come with me. We should speak somewhere quieter.
Hey, while we do that, we got a big issue. We have about 300 plus people on our ship. I don't know if word's gotten out. The Rocka Brawl was attacked recently. We got survivors. I think we might have the only survivors. So, our ship can hold maybe 20. There's 300 on it. We need to get these people off and find support. Can we offload them here and figure out maybe transports, something?
Temporary sanctuary.
We can find a place for them to stay for the time being. There's plenty of empty barracks, though it pains me to say. It won't be the most comfortable, but it will work. And we have a partnership with ZI Way.
Well,
We'll be able to get them on a Zephyr arterial ship shortly.
Now you say shortly. I'm not familiar with this area, but I do know the maths. We are months away from any kind of ship.
Yes, and we receive supplies just about monthly, if they are on time, from some of the inner cities. And I do believe that perhaps we can petition them to bring an extra ship or two for these people.
Hmm. Yeah, your barracks issue. A lot of these people may not have anything to go back to. Just saying, some of them may want to go back. You got some recruitment people. You might be able to find some help.
Recruitment is a concern, however, training becomes a little more challenging with those that are unfamiliar.
This
It's
is
not a
true,
bad
but
idea. He looks over to Malik and gives him a wave, as in a go handle that. And Malik snaps a salute and jogs off towards the Ela turn. We should retire to somewhere a little quieter. Because the Rock of Brawlha,
agreed.
that is devastating news. Come with me. And he spins on his good leg and starts walking away. The 6 of his guards, 3 on either side, fall in behind him and begin following him.
Yeah, well, follow along, and I will, knowing that Jade is stealthed away, very, very loudly, just kind of say, "We're going with the big cat guy. Find us later."
I don't think Jade hears them.
No, not at all. The Bulladora turns, as I said, and begins walking away, and he leads you up through the main throughway that you were on. Around you, you can see what are purely functional buildings. They're designed in squares. It is literally just a shelter for someone to sleep and live within. You can see and smell the sense of polishing powder, of blade oil, of gun oil, and of all the other scents that one might associate with a barracks or a military training yard of a sort. The people around you, most of whom are wearing uniforms, run to and fro on different tasks and whatnot that they're being sent on. There seems to be a general franticness about everyone since this attack has happened, and you actually notice more people heading towards or the opposite direction of you than are heading the same direction. In fact, the group of you with Voladora seem to be sort of running against the tide, as it were. Ahead of you, you notice a large plane of metal slowly working its way down a pair of struts. And as it gets to just about where you can see on top of it, you can see that there are roughly 30 people standing on top of it, all in formation. You hear the call of a ready, and then the hydraulics of this elevator fall into place, the kshunk, as the mechanics seal it where it is for safety. And the person you heard yell ready in a slightly more nicer uniform, these folks are wearing purple and gold, you notice. And they head off and start jogging in formation towards where the attack happened.
Write that down. Purple and gold.
Bulladora sort of regards them with a passive look, but many of his soldiers are showing what is very, very ill-veiled disdain for this other group of soldiers. Bullador leads you onto this elevator, and it begins lifting off. Are any of you doing anything while you're on the elevator? It's about 300 feet across by 200 feet deep.
And so you mentioned that Elo is basically kind of giving them the not really the stink eye, but like looking down on the purple and gold soldiers, or vice versa.
You can make an insight check to determine.
Roll 'em,
I would-
baby. Show us what they can see.
That is an 8.
Bolador doesn't seem to be at all phased by them, and the soldiers themselves in the purple and gold don't seem to be paying any mind to him either. It's the soldiers that are following Elo that are showing the disdain towards the other soldiers, the ones that just came down on the elevator.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I probably don't clock that. It, other than like maybe they just don't like each other, kind of thing. So, okay. Continuing on.
Yep. After a moment, you feel the elevator shift and lurch and begin to slowly, elevate. It takes about a full 5 minutes for it to reach the upper part of Kaiser Dome. In the meantime, as you continue on your way up, before you reach the halfway point, you actually feel the oxygen getting thinner. And someone off to the side calls for, "Get the bubble." And a moment later, you feel a sort of a membrane expand over the elevator, and you can then breathe easily again. You lift out of the air bubble of Donan, or Lower Kaiser Dome, and then travel through about 300 feet of the Astral Sea itself. And after another 300 feet, you begin to enter the bubble of the upper part of Kaiser Dome. And then the bubble around the elevator, subsides. The elevator clicks into place, and around you on the upper level, you could see that this is where people live. This is where people do commerce. They exist. There's much more greenery up here. In fact, you seem to be off to the side of what looks to be a park. And as you stand, as you come up to the right, you see that there are houses. They are crudely built, and many of them seem to be made out of scrap or fixed up with chunks of materials that you don't really recognize, or materials that don't seem to go there. Some are cement and wood, some seem to be made out of chunks of metal, but it's all simple. It is clear that the people who live here live hard. It is a difficult place to live, living on the, as was stated, the butt crack of nowhere, especially when it's a place that is continuously under siege. Bolador leads you through the park and towards a building just on the other side of the park. Have any of you heard of the Bar Bastion?
Have I?
Have any of us heard of the Bar Bastion?
Tin Man, I would like you to make a history check at advantage.
Hey, this was on the study sheet. Why don't you remember it?
Yeah. That's a 6. Oh, 14.
You recall the Bar Bastion being one of the few places that people could regularly find the Silver Liner. It was something of his favorite establishment, without him having said it himself. I see a note of recognition in your eyes, Autognome. Do you know of this place?
Heard a thing or two. Certainly nowhere near here, though.
Yes, it is a bit out of the way. What's worse is it's beneath Tower Jennymead, so I don't often get to visit. However, Cads is off gallivanting, not watching his tower, and so I take that responsibility personally. and I will go to whatever establishment I damn well please.
Is there something going down at that particular establishment?
At the Bar Bastion? Only that been going there since I was young, and they know me there. Something of a local celebrity there, though, if I'm honest. When the entire population of Kazerdone is fewer than 2,000 people, everybody gets to know each other.
All stuck together on a floating rock, right? I know that
Something
feeling.
of that sort.
All right. Well, if this is our quiet spot, could certainly be worse dives.
The Bar Bastion is, like I said, set on the far side of this park. Its walls are of a pristine white, some sort of marble or other stone that is smooth and a sheen of white. It is accented with deep mahogany wood, so dark brown woods. And on the very front, the door itself has a large captain's or a ship steering wheel on the door. Right now, the place seems to be relatively quiet, but as you approach the Boladora and his soldiers, the soldiers move ahead, open the door for him, and they hold it for you as you enter as well. Are you entering the bar?
Yeah, Nico, without question. I'm in.
Nico just works his way and kind of look up at Valen, see what he does.
And my mask is shaking, yes.
All right, then we make our way in.
All right. As you enter the bar, the first thing that strikes you is the scent of smoke, of some sort of cigar or tobacco smoke. It is strong, but it has a sort of aroma, a more pleasant, fruity-like aroma to it. The ambient chattering of a few of the of the regulars sitting at the bar, which sort of dominates one wall of this establishment, with much of the rest of it being open floor plan, and the far back having closed booths that one could, rent or take, should they be of high enough stature. You get one little piece of information here.
I do love the information. Give me the information.
The first thing to strike you, the floor itself is made of the same mahogany, the dark brown, very nicely oiled. This place is very well kept despite the age you can see on almost everything. The bar itself, like I said, has a couple of regulars sitting at it. Two of them are conversing. There's one of the booths is taken up. And behind the bar, you see a mid-height copper dragonborn. He's got a towel slung over one shoulder, and he's got a large tankard in one hand, doing the bartender thing of cleaning the glass out. He looks up. "Elo, you're back. Nice to have ya." "It's good to be back. Do you have my booth ready?" "Of course. It's always yours. You know where to find it." Boladora, he nods just as Tin Man did, and starts heading back towards one of the booths. As he reaches it, he waves over his shoulder at his guards, and they take up positions both inside the front door and outside of the booth. He parts the velvet curtain and steps inside. Inside, you see what looks to be a rectangular table with a rounded booth seating arrangement in the back, and he takes his spot at the far back. He motions, "Please take your seat."
Yeah, I will take a seat very quietly, trying not to let my mask fall off, and like scooch over.
Tin Man, Nico.
Yeah.
Tin Man losing it.
I just imagine a waitress walks by. Darling, can you give me a booster seat?
Yes.
I'll get that for you, darling.
Much obliged.
Is it covered in stickers and like cutely? Is it adorable? Oh my god.
I hope it is.
Would you like one that keeps your dignity, or are you just looking for anything that'll prop you up?
Dignity and tact preferred.
Understood. I'll be right back. She
Got a Hello Kitty side.
It's got little bells and like crayon.
Ching, 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 ching.
Yes, go ahead, Nico.
So you said you frequent this place, but he's saying it's been a while since you've been here. What's going on with that?
Busy lately, I bet.
Precisely. There hasn't been much time for luxury. On a day like this, at this time, this place would typically be packed. But those that would frequent here, save for those that are here, are either busy or dead. So after a moment, there is a rapping on the wood outside of the booth, and the velvet curtains pull back, and the waitress has this odd, like, spring contraption with a seat in it, and she hands it to you, and it's very rusty and rickety. So every time you shift or move, there's a very audible. She apologizes profusely. I'm so sorry, darling. We haven't had to use this. This is an officer's bar. There's not really children that come here. And most of the shorter folk, they don't really care if they sit a little beneath the level.
I fully understand. I'll make use with this.
Of course. Let me know if there's anything I can get for you.
Much obliged.
She nods and steps away. The curtains close.
Lean over to Nico. Dwarven folk don't tend to care, so I'm going to guess they probably don't get a whole lot of halflings or gnomes around here. It's okay, I understand.
Go ahead.
Nico clearly not understanding because Nico's it's like, just change your shape. If you need to be taller, just be taller.
Polidora.
Villain is absolutely trying to hold in the biggest laugh possible. Trying to.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no!
Big audible guffaw.
Oh yes,
How does
there it is.
You let out that quick guffaw, and he does make noise.
And then I'll do like this over my mask.
All right. Seeing this, look, I'm gonna whisper to Valen, like, dude, this guy's on the up and up. He knows somebody that's really close to me. You can take the mask off.
And then I'll like put my hands on the table, like all dramatic, like looking around even though no one's paying attention. And then I'll remove the mask and sit at the table and just kind of wait.
Yes, he is overly dramatic. Elo.
I see. Well, like I said, Canadex did not warn me about who was coming, but in his way, he was uncomfortably accurate.
Yeah, I did notice that a lot. It's really strange.
Yeah, it's... Anyway. He was subtle while he was here, and he really only spoke to myself and a few of my aides. But, he didn't really explain why. And I was hoping that you might elucidate on that some.
Well, DM, could I? Probably not, because as far as Nico knows, he's been like that the whole time. Like, he's never really said much of anything.
Correct.
Yeah, no, that's him. like some days he will just dump a bunch of stuff on you, and other days he's like, yeah, this, and you're like, why? That's it. He just leaves it at that, and he's right. I don't get it.
Thanks, Dad.
But no, it's not like a dad kind. Oh, that's right. You're not even there.
Yeah. Just Nico talking to himself.
In Nico's defense, I'm pretty certain he sees everyone that way.
Yes. He
Yeah.
had access. He had requested access to some maintenance ports down in Donan. And after a scuffle, and we had heard some fighting or some chaos down there, he hauled himself out alongside his Rygar friend, and he just told me it was ready, and that the next part would arrive in 3 weeks. And to the day, here you are.
Where? Show me.
We will get to that. Right now, I have my own questions, and I'm sure you have plenty yourself.
Tin Man kind of leans over to Valen. Why does it always feel like we're dancing to someone else's tune?
I'm just glad it's not someone I knows too.
Just glad it's not a tune that comes out from under a hat. Because
One
information
thing-
is power. That is why you are always dancing to someone else's tune. But you have as much information that I want as I have that you want. And so instead of dancing to my tune or me to yours, perhaps we shall dance together.
That's the best dang suggestion I've heard in some time.
So you
Well, then,
mentioned,
Milo, what
you mentioned that something happened to the Rock of Brawl.
And I'm gonna get
Nico
this.
very dramatically just looks directly at Valen. Would you care to explain?
We're just
don't.
both looking at Valen.
How's it going? My name's Valen Yosai. Yeah, okay. While we were
Just
at
checking to
the
see if he recognizes you.
Rock of Brawl, some things that I can't very well explain easily had happened. One of which being the Xerixian Navy showing up and obliterating it.
Jeez.
I would be surprised if there's anything left. It does appear they have released some type of new weapon that we don't know much about, other than it's very destructive. And that's really all we know. And I'm gonna look over at the guys and side eye. And we just ran. A portal opened up. Out of necessity, we went through it. On the other side, we encountered an anomaly of which I can't speak of too in depth right now. I don't fully understand. It may have been some type of mass psychosis or mass hallucination.
It was clowns. It was clowns.
We don't like to use the C
Doesn't like
word
clowns.
around here, so
Hmm.
it could have been a mass hallucination. We haven't verified that. It was very dangerous. We were able to defend ourselves. And shortly after, we were brought to the wonderful docks here, needing some help. And as
So just to
soon
fill in the
we got to your docks here for help, we were met with what I can only explain as nightmare fuel.
Hmm.
And I'm a little confused. You know? Just like
We
you.
all-
Dude.
You, did you hear news or tale of Rediclax's merger day?
I heard
Prince
it was
Andrew? Sorry. go
Yes, the prince, the leader of the Rock of Brawl. I'd heard of it coming up, paid little mind.
he's dead.
Rataclax?
Oh,
Oh,
no.
couldn't we wish? Andrew.
Yeah.
Oh. I see. Well, he had many enemies. I can't say I'm surprised.
But if Radiclax
he's-
and him worked to set this up, Radiclax didn't show up, but the Xerixians did. Why do you think that is?
That's a good question. You're implying that perhaps Rataclax and the Xerixians are working together.
It does seem awfully convenient otherwise.
What do you know of the missing princess? Isn't that connected to this as well?
Missing princess.
There's loose connections, but I don't think we need to make any connect any dots here.
I'd heard of Mendazia. I'd heard that Mendazia was on a tear. I hadn't heard why, but that puts a few puzzle pieces together. The last I had heard, Merger Day was meant to be an unmitigated success for both Rataclax and Andrew. Puts Andrew on the map, and Rataclax gets another trade partner not within the belt. Extends his reach, his control.
Sounds to me like someone maybe offered him a better deal.
It is a
Y'all keep
sobering
talking.
thought.
Timmy gonna jump down from his little high chair, kind of work his way out of the thing, out of the curtain there. Y'all keep talking. I'll be right back.
A little squeaky toy noise comes from it.
Tin Man, the moment you step out of the curtains, any and all sound from behind you ceases.
Ooh, silence.
Mm. Where are
And
you
I
going?
Well, I think like Tin Man, we should all maybe take a trip
Take
to
a
the little
break.
boys' room.
Yeah, let's let's take our 5-minute break. We'll be back.
Good, we'll be right back.
Got caught up in it.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, what a great episode. Oh my gosh. We're going to be back shortly here, but before I take my break, I got to do a few shout outs here. Big shout out to Adam's Family Gaming. You can see them down below. Go check them out. They have all the best D&D tabletop merch. You can get shirts, you can get hoodies, all of the best classes. There's DM merch, whatever you want. And if you search DDC, we got plenty of new content coming up here. Go to our YouTube.
All right. Everybody back? Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So as we left off, the party was speaking. Well, the party, sans Jade, was speaking with Bolador Elo, and Tin Man had taken a moment to step away. Tin Man, what are you doing with your moment away?
I'm gonna go ramble my way up to the bar there, kind of sip, take a moment, breathe, listen to the hubbub. Sounds like the bar is pretty sparse at the moment. Kind of allow it to organically happen. Eventually, catch the bartender there. Do I draw his attention at any point?
Considering you're one of 3 people sitting at the bar, it takes probably about a minute before he looks up. You here to get something for one of your people?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a few drinks. Wet the whistle a bit back there. Keep a conversation going.
Don't try and buy Elo with drink. Just a fair warning. He's a mean drunk.
I'll keep that in mind. Do me a favor and keep his thin.
You got it. You got anything specific you're after?
No, nothing in particular. But, tell me, how long you been tending these bars?
Me, well, I've been... The bar bastion is... That's a tough question. The bar bastion itself is, probably as old as Kaiser Dome, but me, I'm just the most recent purveyor of the establishment. So I've been here probably... Well, there was the first decade, and the second, then the third, the fourth was fun. Just under 50 years.
Keep him busy then.
Keeping in business.
You wouldn't happen in all them fine decades of yours to recall when the last time you might have seen the silver liner.
Hmm. Remember the silver liner came here, you like...
You have time to log off, buddy. Time to log off here soon. Yeah.
Hmm. Remember the silver liner came here, he liked to keep his business quiet. He was famous for being here, and that served him. People just think a local hero needs a place to unwind.
I could certainly feel that in my servos.
Well, last time he was here was maybe 6-7 years ago.
Hmm. As far as I knew, he, long since done. Maybe he is.
Hmm.
But I keep hearing these, whispers. Like he's still doing something. He's still out there. That or whatever his last year was. Whenever it was. He seemed to leave quite a little bit of a mess. I wasn't trying to clean up. I wasn't trying to look into it. I figure the man be probably want his affairs left to himself. Like you said, only what works best for him, right?
Hmm.
Yet here I am, 7 years after him. If you were to happen to see him again, ghost or as in flesh, tell him the satellite kid is looking for him.
I'll do that. And, who sends the honors?
He'll know. And I'll go ahead and put a gold coin on the table. table.
Gold.
All right, that's enough, hero.
Last I heard, gold there was outlawed in the belt.
Yeah, I recently found myself in an interesting place.
I see. Well, keep your gold. I'll take a silver instead. As tip.
Sounds good to
And,
me then.
for your friend, he pulls up 3 smaller glasses and lines them up, and then he lines up another 3 on the other side. He pulls out a bottle and quickly fills each one. 3 shots for a legend. And he scoots 3 of them over to you.
Much obliged, sir.
He raises one, and he says, "To legends. Slancha." He taps on the bar, drinks.
I follow suit.
He does the same thing to the other 2.
Follow on the second one. On the third one. And to legends to be.
I like that. I like that a lot. Well, nameless, auto gnome. Next time you come through, tell Boladora that maybe he should actually keep a seat for you. It's kind of rude to leave the help out.
I think the help would appreciate that. They'll go ahead and gather up a couple of drinks and head back to the booth.
He prepares your drink, sets them down, and noticing that you're trying to, in your shorter, smaller, stockier arms, carry enough drinks for 4 people, the waitress from before steps over. "Ain't nothing, darling. I got these for you. Go have your seat."
Much obliged, ma'am.
Of course. And she very expertly balances them between her fingers and moves over towards the where they are. Sorry, I'm losing my word. But and opens the slot, sets them down. On the house today.
And,
Boladora gives a nod. Says,
Velen kinda
"I'll settle my
assumes
tab.
It's because he's there.
I'll settle my tab later." She nods and closes the curtains.
Tim kind of
Jade.
settles himself back up. "Sorry, I had to go to the little tin man's room."
Jade, you're on your way back to the Elatern, and probably about 30 minutes has passed while these 3 have made their way up to the upper part of Kaiser Dome with Boladora Elo. What are you doing specifically in these 30-ish minutes?
I was gonna follow Boswell back and hopefully get Scarlet to give me some information on Sable's whereabouts.
Scarlet heads off to work on the contacting Sable, as you had asked, and Boswell begins speaking with the individuals, the civilians or the refugees on the ship, seeing if he can use the registry that Czar and Velen had put together to help locate or even speak to folks that might have any connections that they might be able to lean on, or find anything that can help in this moment. He's canvassing. You know well that might take some time, as he's got some 300 souls to speak to. And while you're sort of standing on the deck of the Elatern, people are filing out off of the ship, down the ship catcher, and into Kaiser Dome proper to find a spot to stay. You also notice Malik is there helping out in a fresh new uniform. You notice a single individual on the ground floor while you're up in the ship about 300 feet up, standing there staring up at you.
Can I roll perception? Do I have a read from them? Do I
You may.
know anything? I figure Jade will just kind of look off. She won't look directly at her or him, which is more of a, off the visor. See who it is.
With a 15, which I'd like to note was a roll of a 4, because you have a plus 11.
Holy
Incredible. Right?
Yo,
Um,
that's wild.
My eyes have
Lovely.
eyes!
Looking out the corner of your eye down to sort of gauge what they're doing or why they might be there, they're staring directly at you. And you could see one hand is held up sort of like in front of them like this, while the other is doing a motion like this. And you notice they're reflecting a light up at you. Sort of a Morse code, as it were. Do you look at them in any specific manner, or are you continuing your out of your side look?
I recognize that as thieves' cant, is it not?
It is.
Yeah, I notice them. Am I able
So-
to respond?
You lock eyes with a small metal individual, an autognome. An autognome that is wearing some sort of odd wig with long tousled black hair. And you can see that sort of painted or written on the chest with some sort of metal or marker is a small red gem. Their hands shift from reflecting the light to a rabbit, and then a rabbit moving quickly, and then I don't have the hand signal for it, but then, well, actually, I might. A fox chasing that rabbit, and then they put 2 fingers behind their head.
Jade will follow suit. Chase the rabbit, as it were.
It gives a quick nod, seeing that you've recognized, and it starts moving off into a specific direction towards one of the darker areas or darkened areas of the Donan area of the Kaiser Dome. So the areas that are no longer being worked on or beyond repair. And you say you follow?
I follow. I make sure I have a couple daggers on me, of course. Pat myself before I go.
Mm-hmm. How are you following, and what demeanor are you following them?
I hug corners. I hug shadows. I just,
Mhm.
it walks 5 or 10 feet. I tail, kind of thing. I don't immediately walk suit. I would assume as we get closer to this darkened corner, I eventually head in.
He leads you, or it, I should say, leads you around some buildings towards some darker corners, but every time you think that they have stopped, they disappear around another corner. After a little bit of this cat and mouse, maybe a couple of minutes, the autognome stands in a dead end facing away from you. He seems to be scrawling something on the wall.
I know what that is.
I wasn't sure you'd find me, Jade.
I have a feeling I know who you are. Do you want to announce yourself?
He turns around, and it is simply an autognome of a common make, but in the darkness, with the wig and with the reflective red on the chest, is the unmistakable silhouette of Yarrow. I understand I don't look as you remember me. I needed to get your attention, but we cannot speak in the open, as is common for our type.
Of course. I imagine you have a lot to say.
I do.
Jade doesn't really look at him so much as she looks away and kind of puts her back to a wall and folds her arms, awaiting his spiel.
First, an answer to a question I'm sure you have. Whatever your Tin Man did to me, it has unshackled me.
My Tin Man?
Yes, the autonome that you travel with. He shot me.
How did he shoot you?
He has what's called a condenser unit. I'm not entirely sure about the details or how it works, but I do know that Magdalena wants it desperately.
She always wants something. You're saying he shot you? That's why you're not...
That's why I'm not as handsome as I was, yes.
Oops.
But Jade, I don't have much time while I'm still tethered to this vessel.
You're tethered to the vessel? You're not
Barely.
corporal? Barely. Okay.
Someone did help me be here to speak to you. I'm still unsure, but in a moment of weakness, I accepted.
Jade's gonna reach into her neck and she's gonna pluck her Jade Fox pendant and she'll show it to him. Well, not really show it to him, more of like she'll just kind of hold it in her hand as she speaks to him. I never let go of it. I still have it. That's how you found me, isn't it?
The Astral Sea is interesting like that, isn't it?
It is.
Where the thought of someone can draw you to their side in a moment,
It can.
transcending time, distance. But Mother is moving. Elodra was sent to collect the dove, just as you were sent to collect the seed, and I was sent to collect that ship. We cannot allow Magdalena to get her hands on all three.
Of course not. That goes without question, but now that you mention it, of course, I will do everything in my power to prevent that from happening. You know that.
Of course. There was another thing. He reaches into a pocket on the vest he's wearing, and he holds out a black card on cardstock with a silver outline on it and your own name written on it. It seems the Mother, Our Lady, no longer holds the door open for you, Jade. But I think that that means that she does not want you in Renasus.
Is that what I think it is?
It is. Elodra had it. It seems that she had a secondary objective. It wasn't just to recover the dove. It was to eliminate you.
And that goes without saying. I could have read that.
Of course. You always were clever.
She's not very subtle.
When is she ever?
She's really not.
But subtlety came with the other person that went with her. You wouldn't have known, and I didn't know, and except for, well, a moment of intervention, but Morana was also present on the Rock of Brawl. Why Morana is not in the vestiges of the garden is beyond me. But perhaps... Carry on.
I'm surprised Morana could even move. I assumed that Morana was stationary.
As did I.
The fact that it could move. Is that why you're wearing this?
I'm wearing this because I cannot find my body.
Did Marana give this to you?
No, I found this myself. Found this in a workshop. Yes.
Is it my understanding that it's the autognome was kind of possessed by his energy and is speaking to Marina?
Yes.
Okay.
But Jade, again, I do not have much time left. I become untethered by the moment, and just, if I'm honest, the one thing keeping me here is an anchor, and that anchor is you. But we've been through so much, but this is still alien to me. I've always been able to trust myself. And now there is no self. I can't have smoke. But sorry, I digress. You were saying.
Now you see tears well in Jade's eyes, but she keeps listening to what he's saying.
Back to the topic at hand. Lady Silhouette has also disappeared. Shortly after we discovered your mission was a failure, Mother and Morana had spoken at length. Something is moving, but Magdalena's unwavering eye cannot see, and I believe that is why she has Morana mobile now.
It's very Go ahead.
Yeah, but judging by the fact that you are still alive, speaks that Elodra was ineffective. And, say for Sadie, she was your biggest detractor.
Sadie, okay?
I do not know.
I'll just find out in my dreams when
I'm not convinced this isn't all just some uncomfortable dream in and of itself. I'm not sure that Magdalena doesn't already have me in her snare and she's toying with me.
Probably toying with me through you, to be honest. We know she'll do that. But either
there's
way.
one sorry, say your piece.
You're giving me incredible amounts of information, so continue.
It is quite literally the least I can do in this moment, Jade. To see that, in some small way, I can still look over you. I am not gone, and I will not be gone. But I fear losing myself. Because when I am not tethered, I am awash in the astral sea. The boundaries of my mind fade and shimmer. There's always been one thing that we have had that Magdalena nor our situation could ever take from us. And it is the one thing that keeps me in this body in this moment. He steps forward and reaches out a hand.
Jade gives her a hand.
Jade, I have about 60 seconds. And when I'm out there, I feel lost. Be my roots. Something to ground me, please. To prove to me that I am not under Sadie's influence, that I'm not being toyed with by Magdalena.
Of course.
Tell me that I can trust you.
Jade just wraps him in her arms. And she nods.
There's a moment of pause, and the mechanical arms wrap around you in turn. And a soft whisper comes from his mouth. Please say the words, Jade. Please tell me I can trust you.
You can trust me.
And as the last syllable leaves your mouth, the autonome goes limp in your arms.
It's like watching a Spanish telenovela. I wish I understood what was going on. It's incredible.
On the wall behind him, etched in some sort of chalk, is "Find Elodra to Swar."
She nods. She understands what that is.
Swar sounds familiar. Have I heard that word before?
You
Yes.
have. In fact, it's kind of important to you.
Players, remind me. What is Tiswar?
Remember that puzzle that was like really easy that Mark gave us that we couldn't figure out
Yeah.
with the letters?
Yeah, like all puzzles. That's what,
Yeah.
that's spelled out Tiswar.
And Tiswar is also
Base Kelp.
Yes, Tiswar is also near the One Brothers of Grey base, and it is also very nearby the Dodge, where you helped with the mining company.
Okay. Yep. It's all coming back to me now. Sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta breathe. I wasn't even in that scene.
That was
Oh.
tough. That was a good one, guys.
So,
Okay.
did he? Is he gone, or is he grounded? I'm confused. Was he like with Jade? We don't know.
He-
He just
I-
dissolved into dust.
Wait, he handed you something.
Black card.
Oh,
Sounds like he's gone for the moment, but
Yeah.
the way the Astral Sea works, so long as you keep him in mind, he could potentially come back. You can be an anchor for him to rematerialize in the future.
yeah,
That's what I gathered. Yeah.
just anchor yourself.
Seems to me like the Jade Fox has a hard time doing that.
It seems Mark will catch it. Seems very secret history-esque.
Jade, in the base of your spine, you
Cherry cola.
feel a tension and anxiety. It seems that whatever Yaroslav said has had an effect on Ephemera as well.
I figured as much.
I apologize for intruding. Her voice speaks into your ear.
You're not intruding so much as you're always present, dear. I'm sorry you had to see that.
I'm not. A queen needs a heart. And for a moment, I knew what it felt like to have one.
Surely you've had lovers in your past. Haven't you?
She fades back and stops speaking.
Just a nerve there.
Figured as much.
Don't misunderstand, Jade. There's still much we don't know about each other. Tin Man, Valen, and Nico. Let me get back to the other notes. Give myself a moment to breathe.
Oh man, yeah.
He's over here throwing back drinks.
Nico's half naked, just spinning on the table.
Half? You put on pants?
Hey.
He is
We're on
more
public.
clothed now.
Okay. Now we have to blur him at all times.
No, see, it's the opposite. We're playing like we're drinking and stripping, and Nico's just putting on everybody's clothes while they're all getting naked.
He's got Tin Man's hat on.
Marina, for that just incredible scene as it was, I'm going to give you inspiration.
Great work.
Lovely.
Boladora sits at the end of the table watching Valen and Nico doing some sort of strip poker. And Tin Man very much on the other side of the table, mirroring Elo's own just bewilderment. I am not familiar with this game. I only know steady nines.
They're just blowing off some steam. It's been a stressful week.
Yes, as we were discussing, you had some souls aboard your vessel that need kept.
That's 300, and like Nico will just rip off the exact count.
Yes, 284 falls within the purview of some.
When we were on our way out, it looked like there may have been a volunteer militia of sorts materializing to help cover our leave. I'd like to think that the rock isn't completely removed from the Astral Sea, as it were, but whatever condition it's in, it's not ready to take back more refugees. If we can get something positioned for these folks, something temporary, I'm sure they'll, in due course, make their way back home or back to others and elsewhere, but for now, that ship's a walking death trap. As our illustrious friend here just said, we seem to be a bit of a beacon for trouble, mass psychosis or otherwise. I'd much rather these folks be somewhere safer than in our hole right now.
It is interesting that you call yourself a beacon for trouble. That is quite literally what Kazadone is made for. We are made to take the brunt of the unheards and unmentionables that decide to make themselves known to the more material individuals.
Like that little aberration ordeal.
Yes. Yes, I do believe that whatever they're after, it could very well simply be the annihilation of Kazadone. But I am not convinced, as the very beacon that is supposed to draw them in has ceased working. Seems to be transmitting on a different signal now, and even our most technically capable are incapable of figuring out as to why.
You say signal. So, let me get this right. You had a device that was transmitted as a beacon.
Correct.
Serving to bring in troublemakers and questionables.
Aberrants. Correct.
Okay. Slightly confused as to why you'd want to bring them here, but now you say it's transmitting.
It's the death
Not-
gate. You bring them here so you can fight them in your known territory.
Fish in a barrel.
Precisely. And so
But
that
they're
they
coming
don't slip-
prepared now.
Yes.
I mean, sorry. A beacon for aberrant things. They're intelligent. You're lit.
You don't understand something about the Veil, my friend. The Veil does not follow the typical laws of the planets and places you or I might have been. It doesn't even follow the typical laws of Kazadone. So when they emerge from wherever they are, the beacon is meant to set up in an individual place for them to do so. That way, they do not simply appear in city centers or where people are living.
As we nearly saw today.
Correct. Thankfully, much of their attention seems to be in Donan. I'm unsure as to why, but they seem to like or enjoy carving the place up. They've done so in a few different ways. The most recent you've seen is new to us. Some sort of psionic or energy drill that just carves through the steel.
Yeah, that was
How
mighty
long has this
terrifying.
How long has this been going? And actually, Mark, Nico would have hoped, like, during the attack, tried to figure
Yes.
out, like, signatures. It, like, Glean's like, okay, was it gravitational based? Like, is it in Nico's wheelhouse?
What you had gleaned from having witnessed it from the distance that you did, not an incredible distance as it were, was that it seemed to be almost a blunt weapon approach, as it was simply some form of energy. In this case, Bolidor has confirmed that it's some sort of psionic energy that is being sort of whipped into a fury and then contained to sort of destroy or uproot whatever is in its field of influence.
So kind of like thinking like continuous flame, but in
Yes.
It's like
Except for
Okay.
like it
Oh.
continues to shoot through.
antimatter, basically.
yeah, no,
And-
like Nico going through is doing the permutations on magic and just trying to figure out. Okay, so no, you're onto something. It's not. They're not cutting up your city. They're searching for something. What? How long has this been going on?
The signal ceased about 4 or 5 years ago. I'm not entirely certain as to the exact, but the attacks have been happening more and more often. I do believe that they understand that we are vulnerable, and should we manage to turn the beacon back on somehow, they know that they will be thwarted again. Kick us while we're down.
That's where I'm confused. If you
It
say
could
the
be that
beacon,
they're just looking for the beacon then.
no, I'm convinced that they're looking for the beacon, but I'm confused. You said the beacon is bringing them here. The beacon is meant to bring them here. Now the beacon is not functioning, and they're still coming here.
They want to kill
Yes.
it before it comes back online. It brings them here in a controlled and manageable manner. I guess you'd say it's the difference between approaching a castle with kill holes versus approaching a castle with the gate wide open.
Very eloquently said.
They want to make sure the gate stays open permanently.
Where is this beacon? Do you move it? Is it?
That, I believe, is why Canadex was here, but I have no proof as to why. The beacon itself was made when Khazad-dûm was created, and we have only been told about it. It is somewhere within the machinations of Khazad-dûm itself.
Well,
All right. Well,
maybe
If we don't know where it is, they cannot get that memory from us.
Maybe we can get our ship unloaded. We go back. Maybe we can help you out with this problem here.
That would be fantastic. And if I may, I also have one other request to make.
I'm sorry, I don't do autographs.
Who are you?
I thought you were gonna ask for mine.
Please continue.
That genuinely actually threw me for a second. Give me a sec.
That was brilliant.
Go ahead. Yeah. As I had mentioned before, that Cad Sipston of House Jennymead has gone off on some sort of bender and hasn't been back for several weeks now. He's been less than helpful while he's here, but he's more harmful when he's not. As for where he is, I do not know, but I do know that Cell of House Laken, their wall guard, might have some information. And considering the fact that House Tower Laken has not been attacked this time, she might have a defense figured out that we don't. So I would like you, one of you, all of you, I care not, to perhaps speak to her or some of hers to determine on the sly if they have some sort of hidden defense mechanism that we might take advantage of.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be a problem really at all. The elite group of individuals we've assembled here could easily accomplish this task.
Of course, anything that we do come to learn, we're but vagrants. The memory stays with us. We don't stay on the dome.
Precisely. You're, we can say, expendable, however, I do not consider you so.
I understand pragmatism in the grand scheme of things. Not the first time I've been called expendable. Anything else while we're here?
Do you have any other questions for me?
When was the last time you heard word from Renasus?
Renasus sends us supplies once a month. And save for the representative of the house there, we hear very little.
You
Very well.
you mentioned Bladar and candidates were here 3 weeks ago.
Bladar, that was her name. Should be easy to remember considering she carries a massive blade on her back.
One quick question for you there.
One moment. What was your question, Nico?
Oh, you said they were here 3 weeks ago.
Correct.
Can you show me where?
You just arrived. How about you get some rest? Tomorrow morning, I will take you there.
Sounds good.
If we're lucky, we won't see another attack for another week.
A real quick old timer. You don't get too many
Yes.
Astral elves out this way, do you?
No, not really. Just the ones that pass through and the ones that live here now.
That explains a lot. Cool. Wait, some live here now?
Astral elves of any stripe. None that I would recognize as Rixian, as you might be concerned of.
I mean, I wasn't concerned, but thank you for crushing those concerns if I had them.
Of course, I don't keep an eye out for them particularly. They've done no harm to me, but I've only heard bad things about them.
Yeah, great people.
Hmm.
Great people.
And then
I'll take that under advisement.
I'll start getting up and heading for the door to head back to our ship.
I'll see you in the morning. First
Bright
bell.
and early.
He
As
gives a wave and sits back.
as I all leave, it's I'm gonna ask him. What happened to your leg?
Nico, you can't just ask people that.
You guys aren't there. I waited for you to leave.
Have you ever heard of a ship referred to as the Galatine?
No.
Well,
Wait. Yes. Actually.
Nico.
well,
friends of mine. A friend of mine. What? It's a friend of mine was brought to the Rock of Brawl on it.
well,
I think.
the former owner or captain of the Galatine, before I presume whoever owns it now in the Rock of Brawl, used to be a native to Torio. I fought him once. It was the last time I ever fought.
Did he?
Terrifies
did-
me.
What was it, Nico?
So he gave you the injury?
Yes. He was a red dragon named Dramax.
I will summon just the leg part of my armor, more or less like the struts, but like, what if I could give you some of the mobility back? Build you a brace.
He lifts his cane and sets it on the table, and he looks down wistfully at it for a moment, and you hear a click, and he pulls the head of it off, and a beautifully delicate, thin dragon spine sword pulls out of the cane. Like it's got spikes in the back like a dragon. I do well now, but it is always at the back of my mind to be back in the fight. He snaps it closed. Show me a prototype. What you recommend or whatever you suggest has been suggested before.
Look, you said you're gonna. We got until tomorrow before you get to take me. What do you got in terms of supplies around here? Where can I?
Well, if,
Where are the tinkerers?
ah, You're looking
Not
for
known that.
You're looking for Rowdy's. Rowdy's Recycling. It's just down the road, as most things are. It's run by the Rowdy brothers.
And then Nico will say, the prototype, might do you one better. And he gives him that fake wink. Like Nico's face will just Nico's face will grow eyes just to wink once and leave.
It's like it's got like an eye ridge, like there's barely the shape of an eye indent, and it like winks.
He's got the Pepsi Man thing going.
Like flubber something.
And then you,
Flubber.
and then you cut to me and Tin Man, and I'm trying to teach him how to do the robot dance. I'm like, no, you got to move your arms more robotic, dude.
And just Tin Man's holding his belt doing a two-step. Like, it's all he knows.
Am I doing it right?
Line dancing.
Nico, as you go to leave, Rodis, the barkeeper, calls out to you. I heard you were heading down to the Rowdy Boys.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, keep your head about you. Things tend to explode around them.
Really? Oh, and like Nico gets
Don't
way
sell it
more
more.
excited.
Don't
It's
sell
like-
him more.
Wait. How often are we talking?
I mean, it'd be uncommon if you didn't hear it at least twice a day.
God, this is the greatest place ever.
You just like run past me and Tin Man, like.
Oh, 100%. Nico is full on. Is like
Where the heck he's going? And,
the Rowdy Boys or something like that. The stuff explodes. I'm gonna build a leg. I'll catch you guys later. That's all you hear.
Man, Rowdy Boys, stuff explodes, build a leg. He'll see us later.
All right.
Be careful, it's like a gift bunk in there.
Ooh, my olfactory senses are already tingling.
And then,
Nico's like
Find
arms
ourselves
just up in the air, like 100% just punching the air the whole way.
and I'll turn.
Let's
to
go
Tin
secure
Man
ourselves a place to rest.
and, like, what do you think of this dance move? And like do a robot kick the foot, like two-step.
Now that I can see catching on in Renassus.
And I'll start like dancing my way out behind you as we go.
Go on, Captain. Let's go find ourselves to lay our heads.
Yeah.
And I think we're a couple minutes early, but I think that's a good place to stop for the night.
Oh, that was a great episode. Thank you for all that tuned in. That was amazing. Thank you all who played in it tonight, that showed up. Thank you so much. It was such a great one. Oh my gosh. Finally got my mask off.
Feels good to be back.
Yes, it does. It feels great.
It's good to
be
have you.
back. Hey, we're going to be live all this week on the March for Cyber Stand. We're going to be playing some new games. We got some new shows coming out. Big shout out to all of our partners. Big shout out to Adams Family Gaming over at Etsy. Go check them out at etsy.com/Adams with a Z Family Gaming and get some merch. Tell them the DDC sent you. I'm getting out of here. I don't know what you guys are up to, but this was amazing. Mark, what do you got for us, buddy?
Well, don't forget to wash your dice, and until next time, we'll see you in the stars.
Yeah. See you guys. Oh my gosh. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. It's another Monday, which means another episode of Echoes. And I am so excited that everyone could join us tonight. We got a great one set up for us tonight. I don't want to waste too much time with my talking as I normally do and get going here. So, Mark, what do we got tonight, buddy?
Sure. So thank you, Matt. Thank you for everyone being here. And of course, thank you to my wonderful players for being my wonderful players and being wonderful players. So today, of course, we're playing our Light as Rix's campaign, a heavily modified campaign that I've done a lot of adding to, a lot of writing to. Those of you that may have read through or played through the module itself, you'll notice that a lot of the things we're doing aren't in that book. Much of this is my own personal making, though I also have contributions from everybody in the party as well. As you know, a couple of names that have already come up, like Renasis, not my making. Very much the making of one of my players. So this is a world that we've all collectively built. I set the base. I let my players add to it as they wanted to. And so we're playing with a bunch of that. Kazerdone is where we are now. But before we get into our recap, let's go ahead and do introductions. So first, of course, we have our amorphous amigo, Nico.
Greetings all, I'm Alex. I'm playing your Plasmoid Nico. A little bit of a fun little artificer spin. Let's have a good one tonight.
We also have our floral femme fatale, Jade.
Hey everyone, it's Marina here playing the Jade Fox, your druid assassin. And I'm going to have a fun time tonight. See what things happen. I was going to have a little stuffed animal penguin to represent, but
Boswell.
I didn't have Boswell, so I have a little manatee instead.
Boswell the
Close
manatee,
enough.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's canon now.
Boswell's now a small GIF. We also, of course, have our clanking mecha Tin Man.
Howdy, howdy. Dayton here, playing your gun monk. Always excited. Let's shoot our shot.
And then, of course, also with our announcements, we have the amazing Astral Elf, Valen.
Whoa, what's happening? How you doing? It's Matt here. I'm playing the lovable, great Valen Yosai tonight, and I cannot wait to play. It's going to be a great episode. I'm super excited. We're going to have a great big thing. I wanted to share one thing about Valen, and I don't know if you follow on our Instagram, but recently I shared a post about the mirror folding ceremony that Valen had done. And if you have read it, I don't know if it's going to play into this episode, but it's definitely going to be a big part coming up here. So if you haven't checked it out, go check it out. It's on our Discord. It's on our Instagram. You can follow us there. I want to do a big shout out to all our partners real quick. Adams Family Gaming over on Etsy. That's Etsy.com/Adams Family Gaming. There's the merch. There it is. I'm normally wearing it on our other night streams, but tonight you get Valen. Big shout out to D&D Die Hard Dice for hooking us up with some dice for our live plays on the table. Big shout out to Mythical Meats. Use DDC Live at checkout for 15% off and get all those lovely, delicious treats. I'm almost out. I got to order some more, so that's happening real soon. And big shout out to big shout out to all of our viewers. I'm going to just say that. Big shout out to all of our viewers, the best partner of all, and the most important. If you guys didn't show up here, it'd be tough getting everyone to show back up for this too. So thank you so much. Say hello to me on our Instagram. Say hello on our YouTube. Say hello on our Twitch, wherever you're watching. Put a comment. Drop a follow. And get your popcorn ready. Get some drinks ready. We're going to have a great episode. So just sit back and relax as we go through all the stress.
Yes. So to a point Matt made, we could just be sitting in a Discord call playing through ourselves. It really is you, the audience, that gets us coming back every week, putting this out. And we'd enjoy it anyway. But of course, bringing the love and knowing that there's other
yeah.
people that enjoy these stories as much as we do.
Yes.
We want to share this to be something authentic, something that, of course we enjoy, something most of us have been doing for quite some time. And we hope that you enjoy it along with us. And, if you're interested, drop in and say hi. We'd love to have you. And of course, we also have a Discord. Matt might put that link up when he gets a second.
I'll throw it up in break.
But anyway, yeah, good call. So previously on Echo of the Astral Sea, as the party shakes off the conflict they witnessed, they are approached by Boladora Elo and his retinue, wall guard of Tower Elo. The party deliberates for a long moment before greeting the imperious Tabaxi, noting his cane and decorated greatcoat. He invites them to someplace quieter while Jade takes the moment to slip away and share some terse words with Boswell. The two argue before they come to an understanding. Jade holds his leash and his life in her hands, and she'll relinquish the hold when his debt is repaid. For now, his task is to sort through everyone on the ship and see if any of them have some connections or resources that might prove useful. Nico, Valen, and Tin Man make their way up a freight elevator, and one of the only ways to travel between Donan and the upper part of Kaiser Dome, with Elo and his guard. They arise on the pleasant upper level next to a park. Elo leads them through the small park into the bar Bastion. A bar with a history that often comes up in the same sentence as the Silver Liner, as it was lauded as one of his favorite places to drink. Though when Tin Man thought to speak to Rodish, the bartender, about him, the Copper Dragon didn't have much on offer. Liner stopped showing up a few years prior and hasn't seen him since. But despite frequenting here, Rodish hinted that few knew Liner's true business here. Elo spoke to the trio, and the four of them got caught up, with Valen being intentionally vague about the happenings on Brawl and interrupting Nico's attempts to clarify, while Tin Man asked questions about Kaiser Doan's recent troubles, to which Elo explained. Kaiser Doan is a funnel for the creatures that seek to invade the Great Belt. By being an anchor point for those traveling into the belt, it stops those with nefarious intentions from penetrating too deeply and harming too many people. Something the Wall Guard has been doing since Radiclax established it. A proverbial pinprick in the Astral Sea for unsavory things to drain through. The same beacon that makes this possible seems to have been inverted or turned off. It's no longer functional, and some illithids seem to have vested an interest in seeking the beacon destroyed to remove the obstacle. They've been attacking more recently, and they've been doing their best to carve up Donan, to which Nico and Tin Man surmise that they are looking for something. A friend of Nico's, Canadex, had been through just 3 weeks ago after rooting around in some maintenance hatch and some resulting chaos. He told Elo it was ready, and the next part will be available in 3 weeks, before flashing Nico a pin with the Water Bearer's symbol on it. They depart from Elo and the Bar Bastion, with Nico offering to help Elo create a brace of some sort for his injured leg, which Elo claims happened when fighting an old friend, a red dragonborn named Dramax. Elo says that he'll see whatever Nico has planned, but more and smarter have tried, so his hopes aren't high. Nico also stops to speak to Rodish, who points him to the scrapyard down the street, run by the Rowdy brothers, or the Rowdies. Nico sets off excitedly, having learned that explosions are relatively common there. Meanwhile, on the ship with Boswell, Jade spots an odd figure standing out and staring up at her. She keeps her attention pointed but not obvious. The figure is a short metal individual wearing an odd wig and a symbol carved into its chest to mimic a necklace. It seemed to be trying to catch her attention by reflecting a light at her. When it does, it mimics a fox chasing a rabbit before putting... Oh, those are odd. That's odd. Anyway, before using its fingers to put rabbit ears behind its head. A moment later, it raced off with Jade in pursuit. Excuse me. It led her to an area of Donan that had been shut down for maintenance due to the damage it had received, and lured her down a few alleyways. When she caught up, the figure was scrawling something on the wall. It finished and turned around, and Jade was, much to my personal delight as the DM, stunned to realize it wasn't Sable. It was instead someone she hadn't expected to see here, Yaroslav, someone who means a great deal to Jade. He begins by answering a few questions she hadn't asked and clarifies that when shot by Tin Man, he'd been unshackled and was only bound to this vessel for a short while. Jade is, of course, surprised to hear he'd been shot at all, but he presses on. Elodra was sent for Jade and to retrieve the seed Jade had run away with, and he proffers her a black card with her name on it. Yarrow explains that Elodra was one of the few that argued against issuing the black card and stated that she might yet be swayed to help them. Jade stoically watched and listened, arms crossed from a distance, as he also informed her that Morana was somehow mobile and was on Brawl when he was shot by Tin Man. He continued and mentioned that he was sent to get a ship, the Elaturn, and Silhouette disappeared shortly after. Jade's mission was reported a failure. He clarifies that Elodra was sent to keep Jade away, but also that Magdalena is seeking possession of the seed and the Elaturn. On that note, Yarrow seems to let the work slide a moment and spoke to Jade more intimately. She kindly let him speak as he pontificated about how, when he's not in a vessel's mind, when he's not in a vessel, his mind's edges blur with the astral sea, but he sought an anchor in her. A simple phrase, a simple truth, that at the end of the day, no matter how many dreams may be manipulated, she would still be the one constant he could trust. They embraced deeply, and as Jade cried, her tears fell on an empty husk of an autognome clutched tightly. A voice spoke in her ear, Ephemera, offering her condolences and stating that a queen must have a heart. Jade inquires about lovers, to which Ephemera shies away and chides Jade not to make assumptions, as there is still much about each other they do not know. As we pick up, Jade, you stand in the alleyway with the inert autognome on the ground in front of you. What would you like to do?
I want to Jade wants to take the autognome back to the ship, preferably covered in some sort of something. Do I see anything around me that I could use as cover, maybe like a cloth or something?
Considering the area was recently being fixed up or attempting to, there's no small amount of tarps or tarpaulins nearby. You could easily find one.
Yeah, Jade's gonna find a tarp and, I guess put him into a sack. How heavy is he?
So autognomes are usually about, I believe it's 20 to 60 pounds. This one is probably about 35.
Okay,
sort of on
so
the lighter side.
I'm able to take him back to the ship. All right.
Okay.
Don't
As you're...
ideas about 10 Man.
What's that?
Don't anyone get any smart ideas about 10 Man?
10 Men
No, that's what
Ponticot,
the
let's
bag of
go.
holding's for. As you return, Jade, you see that many of the people that were on the ship are now being sort of led off and down the stairs, where your ship is docked. They are gathering sort of at the bottom where people come and go up to their ships, and sort of a open waiting room, as it were. And you see Malik standing there now in a fresh uniform, sort of directing people around, and Boswell standing next to him with a small ledger in his hand, sort of offering suggestions. What do you do on approach?
Nothing. I go onto my ship, or onto the ship.
Okay. You press past the individuals, and Boswell notes you. Jade, if I could speak to you here in a short while, I have some interesting individuals who would like to speak with a member of the crew. Someone with authority.
Of course, Boswell. Can you allow me 10 minutes?
Take 30.
Thank you.
He falls back into working with Malik. You reach the ship, and despite the few people still working their way off, it seems quiet almost entirely for the first time in almost the last week.
Earlier on, we talked about the heart of the ship. Do I know where that is?
Nico had surmised that it was where the jammer was, or the
Yeah,
helm,
but
rather.
okay. Jade wants to head down there. She wants to put the autonome's body near it.
Okay. There would be an area in the very bottom, sort of the cargo hold of the ship, called the lazaret, where random items are left. That seems just as close and a little more out of the way than the jammer helm location itself, but it seems roughly equidistant.
Jade's going to plant a couple seeds. She'll find a corner for him, and she'll put him into a corner, and she'll plant a couple seeds and mumble a couple phrases to herself. And as she does, the tarp that he's wrapped in will coil with thorns and roses and kind of glow with like a faint hue. The flowers that are on him just kind of, put him in a place and keep him protected, essentially. She might peek out a little hole so at least you can have, you can see his face a little bit if you squint. But it's mostly covered with foliage. You'd have to like really see this or really be focusing on it to find it.
Sort of sensing your intentions, and as you reach out with your druid craft to influence the vines and whatnot, and the foliage there, you see as like the wood sort of seeps out a moss that almost crawls over and starts to subsume the tarpaulin and just sort of take up the edges to make it look a little more like it belongs there.
Jade will feel satisfied with that for a minute. And she'll move a couple boxes in the way of it to really try to secret it up. And she'll drop a hellbore as well, a single one, and then she'll go back.
I would like you to make a stealth check at advantage as you're not pressed to see how well that you cover this up. Only a natural 20.
Oh my
Jade
gosh.
Jade knows. Jade cares.
You cover it up
The
well
character,
enough
the character
that,
has your back.
oh yeah. You cover it up well enough that, if, like you said, if you didn't know what you were looking for, you never would have guessed. The body in the tarp seems to almost just be another bump on the ground in an odd ship of bumps on the ground.
Jade will be satisfied with that for the moment.
Nico,
Yeah.
specifically, Nico, you are running down the road. Tin Man Valen, he has moved past you and is pushed past and is heading down the road to, well, Nico, the Rowdy's Recycling.
I'm gonna look at Tin Man. Hey, we better catch up with him quick. I think we gotta have a little talk with him.
Last time he disappeared up, and I think he came back with some, what was that, some sonic bombs or something? Yeah, no, let's keep on him.
Yeah. And I'll like keep doing the robot dance until I kind of get off the dance floor at least, and then start moving quickly. And once I get outside,
Tin Man's like slowly two-stepping aside.
Once I get outside, I'm hey, Nico, get back here real quick, buddy.
Nico's doing the running man.
I'm shuffling.
Yeah.
How far away has Nico gone?
Probably like 50 feet.
Hey, slow down. We gotta talk. Slow it down.
Oh, no, Gone. He's going. He's 100%. Like yo, goblins, explosions, recycle yard. It's time to make some stuff.
All right, and as I see him start running, I'm gonna like start stretching out, real run style,
Classic.
getting ready to start to run. I'm like, Tin Man, I don't know how fast you can run, but I'm getting ready to go here. What do you got in the tank?
I mean, it's just like walking past him and just continuing on as he's doing this whole ritual.
All right.
Len's just mid-stretch using his starlight step to keep up.
And once I get kind of all stretched out, I'm gonna start running up to catch up to Nico.
Okay. Nico and Valen, I would like each of you to make a Constitution check for me, please. Actually, make it athletics. Sorry.
Yep. I like that.
Oh, we are so great at these. That's a 0.
I'm catching up.
That's a
How
0.
did you get a 0?
He's got a negative.
I rolled a nat 1. I have a -1 in strength.
Yeah, I'm catching up.
Bit of a slime.
I think you just like toward your slime ACL.
My
He's
pseudopod
like,
just gets stuck to the ground and I just
Falls
rip
on the
it off.
ground.
Whoop, that wasn't supposed to happen.
You're Scylla. You fell in a hole in the wood.
Yep.
Yeah.
No,
He slipped through a hole.
no, his pseudopod gets stuck in a hole. I rip it off and I go, oh, I'm gonna need that. And it's too big for me to suck it back in, so he actually like goes back and has to mold it back on.
Like Play-Doh.
Yeah.
Valen, you tear
Okay.
past him as he's trying to reconstitute his arm.
Whoa. What
Can
are
I-
you doing,
can I just say
dude?
that
Where you
90%
going?
90% of what Nico does, I am expressly reminded of Osmosis Jones. Anyone remember that movie?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Hey, where are you going?
I always think
dude?
of the
Slow it down.
water. Go ahead, sorry.
Going to the recycle shop, man.
For what?
Heart.
Parts for what?
We're gonna make a bionic knee for the captain guy so he can defend the place.
Exactly. Why?
Because he knows friends of mine, and I show him the water bear and spends like this.
No.
Because I trust him.
Why do you think he needs your help?
To be honest, he doesn't. But I'm offering it anyways. Look at the man. The man could clearly handle himself. Obviously, he can't move very well, so let's see if we can help him move.
Nico, I'd like to assume you're young and not very understanding of the world. But that man we saw in there didn't need to be fixed. That man was a war vet. And I don't know how many you know, but most of them don't like to be seen as a project that need to be fixed by anyone coming around. And I'm afraid after how he showed you his sword and his explanation of it, we might inadvertently disrespect a very influential person here. So I just want to know why.
At this
All right,
point,
you wanna
Tin
be
Man kinda
honest?
finally starts trotting up. He's not entirely wrong. That
No,
said,
I
nothing wrong
completely
with a good
agree.
knee now and again.
But Valen, take a look around. Did you listen to what he said? There is not enough people here. If the attacks are getting more frequent, you can see it on his face. The man wants to fight.
I want you to take a look around. He has everything he needs to fix that leg, and he chose not to. And you're going to go out here and try to create some type of device for a man who clearly is not asking for it. I'm afraid, from what I know of older vets that had gone through it, that you might be treading in the wrong direction.
Fair enough.
Hey, man,
I
can I
appreciate your warning, and I leave. I keep going to the recycling shop.
Tim, takes a moment to
I'll
kind of
take your warning. It's
stretch
like
his
what?
back, and there's kind of an
Well,
audible-
Valen, when I make the most badass leg and the dude whoops your ass, you can.
And as I see him run, I'm gonna turn to Tin Man and like kind of like shake my head and like, oh, he's gotta learn.
Sure.
Well, the way I figure it is, he wants to make himself a fancy leg for the old man. He certainly can, but you're right. I think that we got something bigger for him that he could afford to have fixed. I'm awfully curious about what this little device was he was talking about that his friend left behind. I get the feeling that that thing is more concerned for the whole of this place's good than any leg.
I don't disagree, and I would like to go over and speak to House Lankin about all this. They seem to be quite safe and sturdy out here. If I'm gonna be poached up here for a little bit here, we got to figure out who's who.
Well, Tin Man kind of starts backing away. In my personal experience, crazy goblins are still actually a pretty good starting spot. Start making my way after Nico.
What are these, the crazy boys? And I'm gonna just start.
Nico shouts back, "The rowdy boys," or "the rowdies," something like that.
Reckless attack? No, that's a barbarian.
We better get up there quick before he gets this even crazier.
Nico, on your approach, the scents of ozone and oil meet you down a simple road that cuts through every district of the upper layer of Kazerdome. The sound of a giggled shriek and the staccato burst of a combustion engine echo ahead. As you approach, you're greeted by a roiling wave of smoke that bursts out of a single door set in the front of a squat, single-story affair that seems to have been repaired in chunks a dozen times over. A real shop of Theseus, if you will. Behind the shop, and from the other side of the wall, other side of a tall wooden fence, are the jagged tops of heaped scrap and the sounds of excited giggling before another round of small rapid-fire explosions set off again to another swell of delighted laughing. A piece of singed wood attached to a frayed string rests on the front door, and in common, as well as in a rough scrawled language underneath, it reads, "Open."
I walk in. That whole like Kramer Steinfeld style.
Just slide in.
Yeah.
Nico and Tin Man and Valen, you do see ahead that Nico has entered the store. You're only a step behind, but he does enter before you. Nico, as you enter the store,
kind of picks up the pace, not wanting to be outside when any explosions occur.
2 steps faster. So yeah, as you enter, you're almost immediately hit with a wave of nostalgia, Nico, because these folks seem to have the same organizational tendencies that you do, in that the place is a mess. The entire place is littered with different projects and scraps, save for a couple of display cases in the very center that are very clearly, they pushed away enough stuff so that way at least a small creature or a medium creature could walk around each display. That's literally the only open floor space.
All right, looking around, can I give a quick investigation check to try and figure out like what piles are what? Like similar to how I was like, oh, these are the zappy ones, and if I like, how are they organized? See if I can figure out, I want to try and deduce what these projects were or are.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and make an intelligence check or an investigation. Yeah.
How about a 22?
Yeah, 22 will do it. With a 22, you look around and some of the metals are colors you don't recognize. Some of the devices shift or are in angles or orientations that are foreign to you. Aside from that, one pile seems to be mundane items. You see like a couple of stopwatches sitting on the ground. There's a broken sword off to the side, a decently well-maintained rapier sitting on top. A couple of the other ones, not so much. One of them seems to just be torn apart devices with wires sticking here and there. But generally whatever is in the store now seems to be what they're actively picking through.
Yeah. Are they in the room at the moment?
You do not
Like,
see
are the
any
rowdies-
other individual. The only
Okay.
movement you actually see right now is there's a brown cape with frayed edges that's up in one of the displays. It's
Okay.
sort of hung up and it's gently billowing.
Okay. Yeah, I just kind of continue to look around at the projects, looking into my head, just mapping out, looking for like pneumatics, hinges, things that can flex. And essentially at this point, I'm going to summon my armor, but beside me. So like it's standing there and kind of going through looking at the structure, but I will actually only half summon it. So it just looks like the exoskeleton, like the where the rest of the plates would snap in and attach themselves, and just try and get an idea of like how close could I get with what I see.
Okay. Tin Man and Valen, you enter or approach the shop at exactly this moment. You see Nico sort of turn into two. What are you doing as you enter?
Clearly seeing Nico's just hell-bent on his mission. I'm going to look for old Xerixian weaponry or armor. I'm going to try to start piecing together some of my old armor I deployed with and some of the weapons. So just keeping my eye out and looking to see if there's anything available.
Sure. Go ahead and make you'll make an investigation check as well. And Tin Man?
Tin Man kind of comes in, gets a look for the place, kind of trying to get a beat on what kind of place this is. More importantly, see past the mess and get a beat on what kind of people the rowdies are. This is Hazardome is a bit of a serious place with some serious issues, so he's trying to get a feel for what kind of folk are we dealing with.
Make a perception check for me. I guess that would be investigation, but I want to see your perception check.
Ooh.
I should warn you, I'm
Me
good
too.
at those.
Are you entertained, DM?
So let's go ahead and work in reverse order here.
Yes.
Tin Man, as you enter sort of just ahead of Valen, the first thing that catches your eye is in one of the display cases. There's no glass over it. It's an open display, a pair of metal rods sort of holding up a rifle.
A rifle?
The rifle, yes. The rifle looks to be of an old type with the wooden stock and the, I forget what it's called, but the thing that you hold on the front. And it looks like just sort of a typical run-of-the-mill rifle. Except you notice that where there would be a cartridge for some sort of bullet, it is just some sort of a... I'm trying to find my words here. I got it written here. A contact, sort of a metal contact. It shimmers with almost a crystalline... It's only the size of a thumb. But it shimmers with a gray crystalline effect to it. You notice a little plaque underneath it that says laser pointer rifle.
Watch out, cats.
Aside Tin Man very much being a cat, was looking around, was trying to get a beat on just who these rowdy boys were. What can I take a feel from the mess that I'm seeing? Ooh, gun. And he's just gonna kind of slowly waft off to the side.
Aside from that, it seems that the way things are organized, the types of metals, even the kind of energy some of them give off, whoever they are, they seem maybe not in a orthodox way, but capable junkers. The things that zap out electricity are not placed near things that leak oil or water, for that matter. They seems to be intelligently laid out, if a bit of a mess. Valen, as you enter Tin Man just ahead of you, you look around, and really the first things and only things that stand out to you are the things that are meant to stand out to you, the display cases and the mess. One of the display cases, like I mentioned before, has a cape that is sort of hanging up and gently and perpetually billowing. Another one has a single dowel of wood stuck sort of in propping up a little foot-long silver bar.
Well. What do we have here? And I'll like kind of approach the silver bar as like not seductively, but like
How you doing?
I've been looking for you, and kind of like run my fingers over the top and look back at the rowdy boys and see if any of them are.
They're not there. You don't see anybody.
And I'll run my fingers on top of it and try to move it.
It moves.
Oh.
Except for it moves directly towards you and will not turn.
Interesting. And I'll go ahead and just...
There is a button on the end.
Ooh. And I'll hit the button like you're starting a flare.
And it releases from its position, and you can move it around again.
Oh. Well, boys, I think we found a nice little toy here. And then I'll set it back down on the display case and just keep looking at it.
Nico.
Yes.
You look around and you try to find anything, sort of figure out the organization, and sort of glean anything from, this shop, as it were, very similar to yours, see if there's any intention behind it. You're focused on determining the piles, as they were, and what they might fall under, before a door in the back slams open and two absolutely sobbing, laughing figures fall in. They didn't even know that Cesium blew up.
Oh.
Hi.
The two of them are about waist-high height goblins. One of them has a more pale green, while the other one's a more vibrant green. The taller of the two has a shock of black hair cut into a mohawk, while the other one just has a mop of dark brown hair. The one with the dark brown hair looks up. Oh, Yordi, we got customers. You're right. That doesn't happen very often. Yeah,
You guys have some of the coolest stuff. What is that?
Really?
And he just points. He points to like the odd metals that he don't know. Tell me what are the properties? Tensile strength.
The brown-haired one elbows his brother. See, sometimes we do get fun people. And he ambles over and starts chatting with you. The other brother looks at Valen, who's very intently looking at the rod. It's broken, you know. They all are.
You have more than one?
He points to the displays. Those are broken. They still kind of work, which is why they're up there.
How much for
But
it?
I'll show you. We'll get to price in a minute. I don't know if you even want these yet. He walks up and lifts the rifle off of the display. Now, watch this. He turns and he spits on the contact, and the rifle itself seems to glow for a moment, and he aims and pulls the trigger, and some sort of projectile fires at the far end and splashes against the wall.
Yeah, that's quite broken, I'd say so. But what about this over here? And I like do the Vienna White like reveal to the rod.
Yes, the movable rod.
I thought it was a little broken also.
Yeah, check this out. He jumps up to grab it. He pulls it down. Oh, somebody already hit the button. Is that you?
No. Someone was in here right before I got here and hit it. I saw him. He got out right before you got here.
I want you to make a deception check.
No, it was the other guy.
The dice are hot for me tonight.
Huh. Well, yeah, I'll have to check into it. We don't get a whole lot of people around here. Thanks for your honesty.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised.
But anyway, check this out. He hits the button and he just sort of moves it around on a horizontal axis. No up, no down, just around.
Yeah, that's not ideal of what I've heard other immovable rods are like, but also not.
It's a half movable rod.
It's not pointless. I would say maybe a third movable rod.
It's a movable rod.
It's a movable
Y-axis movable rod.
Wait. Check this out. He turns it upwards, hits the button again, up and down now.
Well, okay. It's like a beta for version of the movable rod.
Yeah, like they hadn't quite figured it out.
And what would you charge for such a little relic here?
What would you pay?
Access movable rod.
Oh,
I said it's the movable rod. Don't do any of the naming thing here. You're not good at it. It's what we do. Like over here, the Cape of Crop Dusting.
I thought I smelled that thing. That is disgusting.
Oh,
awesome.
no. It's broken. Watch. He jumps up, he grabs it, pulls it down, fastens it around him. It's literally twice his height, so it hangs on the ground, but it billows. You don't smell anything. But he's like, just a moment. One little thing I want to tell you. Don't know if you're aware of this, but prestidigitation can be used to gaslight your friends into think they got halitosis. And he lifts a leg and he lets a ripping fart out.
Oh my!
The billow or the cape doesn't move. It continues to billow as normal. No response. He's like, the thing billows like it's being hit by wind, but it doesn't blow the fart away. It's a broken Cape of Crop Dusting.
Do you guys have?
And I want you to make a Constitution save.
I'll just like.
Oh, geez, that.
Do you guys have anything that's
You hold
not
yourself well.
broken?
This is a salvage shop. Everything here is broken, my friend.
That's a good point. Do you have any Xerxian Navy equipment or items?
You're starting to sound like the guy next door. But yeah, we got something like it. The guy says he knows something about the Xerxian, so he totters over, finds a cabinet. You hear the sound of clanging metal and things shifting around, falling. Ah, dang it! I knew I was going to take care of that later. And he comes back. I got this little thing, and it's a dagger. It's a silver dagger, seemingly made from an entirely one piece of metal. But what stands out to you, aside from being very simple, is that there is a symbol on the hilt. It is a white circle and a black circle sort of like a Venn diagram, except the black circle is over the white circle, so it sort of covers it somewhat.
And what are you looking for this piece here?
If I'm honest, I traded it for a piece of metal that the guy thought was part of the silver liner. So I don't know if it's good enough for a piece of celebrities, and I don't know, maybe a piece of couple gold.
Gold, you say?
Yeah, gold.
You're in luck.
You got a problem with gold?
Well, I'm surprised you want it. That's my.
Tim is gonna put his hand up. Whoa! I thought gold didn't really get much use out here in the sticks.
You a knock?
And I'll look at him like, Timothy, are you a knock?
Knock.
Timothy. They give you goofy wit. He's just doing his job. He's one of those protocol bots. We got a half dozen here that don't have heads or face or feet or whatever. Anyway, gold.
I
Yay,
think I could throw a few pieces of gold your way. But you didn't get it from me.
Never do.
That's right. And I'll slide him the few pieces of gold I have. I do keep a few on me, but it's not much since it's like never used.
He looks at the gold. He lifts it up. He taps it on a piece of metal. Yeah, it looks real enough to me. Tucks it in a pocket. Anyway, well, your little metal friend there seems pretty interested in the gun.
Yeah, he sure does.
Just-
I haven't seen him
eyeing
like this in
Valen.
quite some time here. Hey, Tinny, you okay?
Why, yes, as a matter of fact, I am. I was just thinking, he kind of taps his own rifle. In order to better protect you, having additional parts for customization could be valuable for us. And also see if you can get him to throw in a couple spare arms.
I
He like clicks his shoulder.
was thinking for those gold pieces, as they're so hard to come by, maybe a few arms for my boy here.
Like autonom arms?
Preferably left. Click, 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 click.
A left autonom arm would be great, but if you have really any arm that we could make it work too, preferably be something like big and strong looking, like one solid
Claw. With claws.
One beefy arm.
one beefy arm for my boy over here.
You know,
Oh no,
Let me-
laser. He goes, lasers. It's got to have a laser on it, Valen. If it's gonna get an arm, it's got to be a laser arm.
If we could just get one super buff arm for my young.
10 minutes just sitting here like, heads below them. Laser, buff arm.
a buff laser arm.
With claws. Yes.
With claws. I'll see what I can find in the back. No promises, of course. I know
Well,
one time.
Whoa, wait. There's more in the back.
Yeah, we got an entire junkyard out there.
If Nico just develops eye sockets that get really, really large and then disappear.
Oh, that's
It's
so
too much.
creepy.
It's too much junk for, well, just this one little trunk here. Anyway,
You do
So,
have a lot of junk in your trunk, I must say.
watch your mouth.
Watch your mouth.
I don't have one.
Nico. I apologize for that.
I'm just joshing you. Don't worry about it.
I do believe my plasmodian friend here is looking for some type of prosthetic leg too.
And the goblin that Nico's with looks over. We're already working on it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's the problem. I am worrying about it. But yeah, all right.
My brother's got him taken care of. Is either the two of you looking for anything else?
No, you said there's a Xerixian next door. You know his name?
Just a guy that said the word a couple times.
You got his name?
Yeah, give me a second. I think it was something like Lyridon.
Lyridon, eh?
Yeah.
You don't get much.
And you,
Lyridon,
Xerixians on
You
here,
mentioned he was interested in a scrap he thought belonged to the Silver Liner.
oh yeah, dude's a super fan. He's the biggest fan of the Silver Liner you ever did see. He collects the stuff. He's even got the dove.
Interesting.
He says it's a replica, but I'm not convinced.
Well, Nico, why don't you go ahead and finish up here?
Bye bye.
I
Like,
think-
just cuts you off before he even finishes and goes.
And I look at Tin Man. I think maybe we should go say hi to our Xerixian friend.
Sounds like a plan for me. Nico, negotiate something with these gentlemen here. Kind of points over to the gun. I'll be back for that later.
Let's see you soon. Tin Man, with your 22 perception, as you're on your way out, you pick up a voice, a distant voice. Help! Help! And then a high-low whistle.
You muted.
You're muted.
That's gonna catch me. I'm gonna like kind of stop while following behind Velen. Which direction is it coming from?
It's coming from inside the store.
Actually, gonna pat Valen on the lower back there. You go on ahead there, buddy. I'll catch up in just a second. I need to double check one more thing before we go Nico loose in the place, all right?
Hey, if you think so, buddy. And I'll keep moving on.
And are the Rowdy boys still out? Are they still here in the main room here?
The two are over walking or speaking with Nico now, who seems to very much have their attention.
I'm going to see if I can peruse a little and then kind of let myself fall into the background, into the scraps and the crates, and see if I can disappear for a moment.
Sure, go ahead and make a stealth check at advantage, because they're distracted and they've already sort of written you off.
Oh, buddy. I'm good at those.
Mm-hmm. The moment you step back in, they don't even seem to have noticed that you walked back in. The sound seems to be coming from one of the piles where it seems to be a bunch of damaged or broken devices. You see small wires, copper here and there, and just under the surface, you hear what sounds like another help! Help!
I'm going to go ahead and investigate.
As you go to investigate, you shove aside, or how are you going about investigating, I should say?
Again, I'm trying to be sneaky here. Make my way through using my short stature, minimize unnecessary contact, and when I think I found a spot that might need some digging, I'm going to slowly kind of start moving things left and right without making a whole bunch of noise if possible.
All right. You shove items aside and you do your best to be quiet, and you're pretty proud of how well you do. And you uncover what looks like a box with a circle on the front, and the sound seems to be coming out of the circle. It's a radio. And the radio continues broadcasting, but in spurts. As you listen, you hear, "This week on Silver Liner's Line in the Sand." It breaks out, and you hear, "Red Meta's back at it again. He wants to blow up the orphanage this time." It cuts out again, and it comes back. But this week, he has a friend, the Tin Traveler. And it cuts back to music as the episode starts to drum up.
So sort of playing this episode on repeat.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
I think that's a great
And then-
time for us to take a break.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Thank you, everyone who's tuned in. This is a great episode. Thank you all. Thanks to all our partners. I'm going to let Mark edit this one in because I have to use the restroom so bad. We're going to be back shortly here, real soon. We got a 5-minute break and we're going to end this episode. We got great things coming up. So we'll see you soon.
All right, we
Oh
back?
my gosh, welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, everyone got a top off of their drink, maybe got some more popcorn or snacks. I had to use the restroom and did both of those, so I'm good.
Give me just a second. I need to refresh my camera because my
Sounds
thing
good.
is wonky. There we go. Got my focus back. All right. So before he was so rudely interrupted by his DM calling for a break, Tin Man had just found a radio that was broadcasting an old episode of something called Silver Liners Line in the Sand. What would you like to do, Mr. Tin Man?
Having uncovered it, obviously now it's a little more obvious that it's being heard. I'm going to go ahead and stash it away, muffle it, cover it. Does that have a way I can turn the sound off for now?
You notice that there's a button on the front. Would you like to try it?
Yeah. Whether it's a recording or it's tuned into some frequency, I want to hold it for investigation later. I'm going to go ahead and turn it off for now, stash it away, make my way out.
All right. You do turn it off, and it occurs to you that this is technically thieving, but you are who you are.
Circumstances.
Dang.
Circumstances are circumstances.
So, Jade, back at the Ela turn, Boswell eventually calls for you in the captain's quarters.
Jade will go to
Jade,
the quarters. Yeah.
if you're ready, I could use you right now.
Of course, Boswell. How can I assist you?
We have 3 individuals here that seem interested in joining the crew. While I go through the rest of them, I thought that perhaps you could interview them. I have some basic information on them and can brief you as we go. Do you have a moment to sit with them?
Of course.
Delightful. If you follow me, we're in the captain's quarters. I've already got one of them set up.
What positions would they be filling?
I believe they'd like to tell you themselves, but we have one that seems to be interested in carpentry, another that would like to offer their cooking services, the last one, just a shipment.
Understood. Didn't realize we needed people. What about General Zar? Was he made aware of this?
Czar is helping Malik organize the individuals who are not staying behind.
Of course. Alrighty. Just making sure everyone's present.
Of course. He leads you to the captain's quarters. The room is decently well lit. There's a lantern in each end, so it's a little more roomy than the last time you saw it, what with a flipped and damaged table. A large individual is sitting very demurely in a chair that is very, very much too small for them. In fact, they dwarf the table in front of them. On the other side is an empty chair, where it almost looks as though they're sitting at a tea table, like for children. A large shock of brown-red hair sort of shifts on the top of their head, and a flat face turns to look over their shoulder. Ah, hello. You must be Jade. Oh, I'm sorry. He doesn't call you Jade. I had a
Find your notes.
nom de guerre. I had a nom de guerre for you, but I forgot it. I thought I wrote it down, but I don't. Ah, you must be part of the crew. What can I refer to you as?
You may call me Miss Fox.
Of
And
course, Miss Fox.
your name is?
I am Landor. You could tell that he is a furbolg, or a furbolg. He's wearing very simple clothes. He's got, it looks a little dirty, but as for the fact that he's been stuffed in with other people for 3 days, that's to be expected. What stands out, however, is that from about mid-bicep down to his wrist is an odd leather glove-like contraption. It's just a leather glove, but it's got slots on the side like a bandolier. And each one of them has a large vial in it. Boswell elbows you in the knee, just gently. This is the chef. If you'd like to have a seat and speak with him. Or do as you please. I don't know how you do interrogations.
I think I'll stand. Do you feel comfortable sitting in that chair?
Oh, it's about as comfortable as any normal person-sized chair. It is okay.
Understood. Surely you don't mind me standing.
Of course not. We're about eye level now.
I figured as much. So, where did you hear about this listing?
There was no listing. Boswell came down to ask if anybody wanted to join the crew, if nobody had anywhere to go and would like fair pay.
Fair pay. Interesting.
Yes, we have to pay them. So
Of
we're on
course.
pirates.
True enough.
Actually, I hear pirates pay very well.
You hear from under decks, I resent that. It's
Oh,
Czar.
beans.
Aw, beans.
Well, as you can see, we have a bit of a casual way of going about things.
Yes, it is quite delightful. If I'm honest, I did notice that your autognome and the GIF, I believe it was the Cannon Master, had some trouble appeasing that cloud dog, and I thought I could offer my services. He pulls out one of the vials on his arm and sort of holds it up. Spices. I patented this glove. It's my spice rack.
Now it's canon. He can't say patented.
I patented. I took claim of it legally.
Trademark.
Interesting. Well, you seem to show some sort of novelty and intrigue
you.
with that. Now, I do have to ask, what is your experience with being a chef?
Ah, I'm glad you asked. Well, I am actually from the College of Culinary Pursuits and Alchemical Medicine.
Can I roll a history check?
Of course.
Can I also roll insight to tell if he's making this up?
Absolutely.
Mark, what was the name of the school again?
The College of Culinary Pursuits and Alchemical Medicine.
Okay.
CPAM, if you will.
See Pam?
I don't think I will.
CPAM. CPAM. The
7 insight, 12 for history.
On the 12 for history, the College of Culinary Pursuits and Alchemical Medicines is something you've heard of for a distance, mainly because you know for a fact that Magdalena has her fingers there. It is sort of where she kind of sourced a lot of her knowledge over the past couple hundred years in regards to things that you would be well versed of. That said, aside from knowing that it's vaguely related to Magdalena, you know nothing else about it. As for your 17 insight, Landor seems entirely honest. In fact, almost to a fault. You can see there's a gentle blush on his cheeks, and he kind of avoids eye contact. He almost seems a little shy.
Why be a chef? What does it do for you? Is it just something you picked up when you were younger, or I don't know, just what keeps you from being in some other job?
Well, baking was too complicated. And cooking is more of a kind of just a vibe. I enjoy it because it's meditative, and people smile afterwards. At least if it's good. Not many people smiled at first.
Now, I will have to ask if you could prepare something for me.
Of course.
Is- Boswell, would you be interested in nibbling?
I do fish, thank you.
Maybe we have something pescatarian. Can you handle fish?
Of course. That may. I do have one thing that might stand out. Are any of you allergic to cats?
Boswell, are you allergic to cats? I'd have to ask why you offer that.
I understand. He reaches down to a pocket on his large shorts and he fishes out a fuzzy ball that he sets very gently and nimbly on the desk. A calico cat unfurls and stretches out, does its yawn. This is Regano, short for oregano. He is my friend. He helps me cook and pick out ingredients.
Oh, okay.
Not the direction we were thinking.
You-
Clearly.
You had me tossed there. Good job. I thought we were going to be eating cats for a few episodes here.
I figured
Well
he
done.
had something on.
Well done.
I
Fair,
caught you.
probably have Scarrock.
Cats are a delicacy in space? Question mark.
No dogs in space.
Perhaps. You met one.
Was her name Leica? Sorry, too soon.
No, it was Yukon. But yeah.
soon.
Oh, dude. Anyway. Regano is my familiar.
You're familiar. Do you... I can't help but ask, but how are you in a combat situation? Since you mentioned familiars, I'm curious if you do some sort of magic.
He reaches down to the other side, and you hear metal scraping on cloth as he pulls out a large cast iron pan that you could probably lay in and just sort of have your upper body and legs hanging out of. I am quite adept. And he sort of swings the pan really quick, just sort of mimicking like swinging an axe. I am capable. I believe they are called clerics. I am a cleric of the hearth.
Cleric of the Hearth. Ah, yes. I haven't met one of you in quite a long time.
You've met others.
I
We
said-
hail from a humble wood.
One more time, I'm
That's the
sorry.
thing.
We hail from a humbly wood. I was taught by a Jabin.
Oh my gosh.
Can I roll history?
Absolutely.
Or nature? How do I... Just curious.
History.
Or meta-contextual knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah. I rolled a 6. Jade's confused. Not confused, but like...
Ephemera
Rightfully
nat one.
so.
Even I don't know what he's talking about. No tree that I've ever heard of. It's a very small place. It's a different plane, but it's near Toril.
Interesting.
I can go work on something now if you would like.
I do have to say one more thing. How are you with limited supplies? I'm not sure what's down there. I could only imagine what is. Boswell, do you know?
Yes, Zar was saying that things have gotten slim over the last 3 days. Something about 300 people and about a month's worth of supplies. But I'm sure that we could find something. Oh, never mind. There was the time that we used all those supplies to feed the dog.
How
I
about
can.
this?
Yes.
Boswell, you're familiar with this area. Is there a market around?
I'm sure that there is some place that we can procure some simple ingredients, yes. Simple would be great. I can work with almost anything, but simple is better.
Boswell, would you be so kind as to lend the gentleman some gold? Go get some ingredients and make us the best thing you can get within an hour, I would say, of scavenging. Or,
Our
going to the market.
pescatarian. Understood. Um. Okay.
I should reiterate, I'm giving you an hour to locate your items and then
Much better.
yes.
You notice as you mention gold, Boswell stiffens. No gold here, only silver. But I
Forgive
understand your
me.
meaning, lady.
Correct.
He leans over to Landor. They're from Toriel. They use gold there. Landor, oh, you're from Toriel. We have much to talk about. And both him and Boswell walk out.
Understood.
Say again, sorry.
Understood.
A tentative moment later, the door creaks open to the captain's quarters, and you notice a plasmoid sort of slink in. They, unlike Nico, they are rich brown with light brown bubbles inside, almost like a cola. And wrapped around him, made of his own matter, is a tool belt with hammer, chisel, anything that a carpenter might need. Well, hello there. I am Garrett Lister. Are you the crewman?
I'm one of the crew, correct. Miss Fox.
Delightful. Nice to meet you, Miss Fox. I am to understand that this ship here needs some help.
Yes, every now and then she gets a little bent out of shape, if you know what I mean.
I haven't heard of. I haven't heard of wood that bends since I heard of the lumber orchards near Borelgond. Any type of wood I can work with.
History check.
Go for it.
Really milking all the lore here today. 16.
The lumber orchards are relatively well known in the belt. Borelgond, the individuals, the families of Borelgond had started them. They quite literally grow stone trees. It's an entire orchard that they use in order to basically turn into charcoal, a very dense form of charcoal that they use to run their infernal engines, not engines specifically, but their wow, why am I blanking on words today?
Essentially,
They're forges.
Trees right into bone, like dinosaur
Petrified
bone.
wood.
Petrified wood. Thank you, not
Also
dinosaur
yeah,
bones.
petrified wood.
Thank you.
But as he notices you sort of trying to key in and think of where you've heard of the lumber orchard, oh, that's not even the most obscure one. Like, I know of the hardwoods from Timony, and even the softwoods from Valdendi. Oh, and I should tell you, there's also the ancient walking tree in Saverda. Been looking for them for some time now.
So you have your way with wood.
You could say.
What would you take with this ship? As you can tell, there's foliage growing into it.
Oh, yes, she's a beautiful ship. I've always wanted to walk on a Tariant ship, let alone work on one. It would be a genuine honor.
What did you mention? I'm sorry. A what ship?
A Tariant ship. Living ships. They got a tree in the back, like this one.
Of course, I just haven't heard it mentioned that way.
Oh, of course. Understood. Yeah, I'm not from around here. I get it. Even the accent throws people off sometimes.
It's rather charming, I should say.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Would you perhaps take a stroll with me? Or actually, DM, this room, has it been cleaned since the mishap?
It
Or is
has.
it still okay? So it has been cleaned. Okay. What was his name?
This character's name is Garrett Linter.
It was Mr. Linter, correct?
Correct. The only one in the world. Well, the universe, I guess.
Walk with me, and she'll turn around and stroll around the ship.
Understood. He falls in next to you. His pseudopod sort of lace behind him as he leans forward in that old man stride. He walks with you. Tell me, have you ever heard of the Society of Ancient Flora? They're the ones that turned me onto the tree in Zavarda.
History check.
Let them roll.
Oh.
It does not sound
Like,
familiar.
I don't know if I've heard of them, but I really hope I have.
You're right.
It doesn't sound familiar, but it very much falls in line with something you might have picked up from your recent incursion finding the seed. It sort of seems like someone who might be involved in something like that. But there's also the Recollectionists, the Arboreal Fan Club. I made it myself. I'm the founder. But you can ask any one of them, and they know me.
The Arboreal Fan Club.
A real
just say
fan
that
of the
I'm-
arbor.
Can I just say that I'm imagining, a goopy slime man, but he's got like a trucker's hat on and a tool belt that he's keeping hiked way too high up as he walks.
And he's got a sort of in the top of his head is just smooth, but he's sort of got the George Costanza going.
But it's bubbly like Flubber.
Yep, exactly. So where are we going, Miss Fox?
We're going onto the main deck.
Oh, delightful. I was hoping for a tour.
Well, you will get a tour. I just had a couple questions, really. DM, does the ship show signs of wear from that clown attack?
There still does seem to be some damage, though it does seem like it's mostly patched up by now, both through your efforts and through the additional rain that was provided from Yukon. So while there does seem to be some small damage, you'd either have to have a trained eye or know where the damage was.
What's his name again?
Garrett. Linter, like splinter.
Thank you. Linter. Oh, Linter like Splinter. How clever. Mr. Linter,
Yes?
what can you see is wrong with this bed deck? And she'll have her hands behind her back, standing at attention, back straight and just observant. To add insult to injury, she's wearing spectacles. Where'd she get them? Who knows?
He glances around. You see his pseudopod, or the head, the pseudopod that is his head, spin around, look around. Well, first of all, I see the railings damaged there and there. Looks like the thing was damn near twisted in part 2. More twisted than my knickers. Aside from that, it looks like there was some impact around the side here. And he points at where the clown punched the deck there. He leans down, runs a pseudopod along the wood. There's even a little blood left. You didn't clean it up that well. That said, I do see that there are seeding pods along the side there.
What color is the blood, DM?
Blue. Or not. Blue, sorry. I don't know why I said blue. It's green. It's where you got hit.
Jade
Just
feels
matter of factly blue.
it turned blue, yeah.
Yeah.
Jade feels a slight flinch when he mentions the color is green.
Oh, he doesn't mention it. I said that. He doesn't mention a color. He just says it's blood.
Right. About how long would it take for someone of your caliber to repair this ship? I mean, this area, the deck. as you would say.
He gets out a small hammer and starts tapping on the wood here and there. And by the sound of it, it's already fixing itself, and that's the beautiful thing about the ships like these. I get the feeling that if you were to hire me on, I'd be for emergencies and information.
True enough. The ship has an ability to repair itself, which is why I'm curious about your experience with these ships. What can a carpenter...
Yes, I understand.
Well, tell
Well,
me.
if I may make a case for myself, I would like to note that when two spelljammers or two vessels of a adequate size, whichever is the most well in repair when they connect, assuming they are ramming, whichever is the most in repair tends to assert its gravitational dominance over the other. So, for emergency purposes, I can make sure that the ship's proverbial health points stay high.
And how long have you been a carpenter, if I may ask?
Oh, probably about 250 years.
250 years. How many
Yes.
ships?
How many ships? Oh,
How many ships?
sorry, say that one more time.
How many ships have you served on?
Oh, most of my work was done in the colleges and teaching people and all that good stuff. But ships, probably maybe 7 or 8.
Jade rolled a 21 for insight. Is he telling the truth or is he being silly?
You get the feeling that he either A, genuinely doesn't remember, or 7 or 8 is just a vague guess.
How
He
about
doesn't
his,
seem to know either.
his
The man
history?
is just himself silly.
But the 250 years of carpentry experience, that true or not?
Yes, that seems to be something. He rattled that off the top of his head like he was remembering his own birthday,
Okay.
which admittedly was more than 250 years ago.
You mentioned Jade suddenly having spectacles on as she
Mhm.
quizzes him here, and letting my nerd flag fly for a minute. All I could think of is the character Quistis from Final Fantasy VIII. Sometimes she has the glasses on and she's very teacherly, and sometimes she doesn't.
Love Questus.
How are you in a
Did you have any
combat?
other questions?
Yes.
How am I in combat? Well, ideally, My apologies, Lady Fox. I don't mean to speak over you. I'm just excited.
Carry on.
As for combat, typically I'll be below decks, keeping things running, making sure the hull stays intact, and making whatever repairs I need. As for hand-to-hand, well, the only weapons I've got on me are these 2 rousing fists and a hammer on my belt.
No magic ability, healing ability, anything like that?
Well, back in the day, my friends used to call my hands fire and ball for the way they'd be singed when I struck them. But aside from that, he pulls a carpenter's pen out of his goopy pouch and he snaps it in half. He sets it in one pseudopod and places the other pseudopod over it, and when he pulls it away, it is whole. I do know the mending spell. I know enough for that.
To be honest, I'd rather not have staff actively in combat, but if something were to occur, I'd hope that you'd be able to hold your own. Now, of course, I would be more than happy to stand in front of you should any kind of harm come towards you. So you can rest assured of that. You'd have a lot of people protecting you should anything like that occur. I'd risk my life for it, actually.
I consider myself reassured.
Sure. If I were to take you on, could you walk with me one more time? I have something to discuss with you inside.
Of course. He grabs a pair of suspenders you didn't realize he had on. They're just made of his own material, and he follows after you.
I'd like to know an ETA if we were to have this. So the issue that we're having is there's only one captain's quarters. There's no other rooms. if you were to be taken on, how long would it take for you to give every individual of the crew their own separate quarters?
You see, it doesn't take a carpenter to tell you that. It just takes someone with ice. Now that you got the 300 souls out of here, there's plenty of rooms.
Damn, there's rooms. I'm so used to like being in a crow's nest.
There's the typical crew rooms below deck, though most of them, save for the captain and the bosun, are all shared rooms. So 3 to 4 people per room.
Exempt
Nothing
for
that a
me.
few curtains and partitions wouldn't fix.
Garrett, if I may, I imagine you and I are going to be, if I were to take you on. Though I will have to discuss it with some of my associates, but I believe there's a good chance. You and I would be working
course.
a lot together. I have a bit of a connection with the ship, with the foliage. And Jade will kind of move her hand over a railing, and I don't know, the branch will respond to her.
The leaves reach up as if trying to get in contact with you.
As you can
I,
see.
I see that. Well, that's an incredible gift, Miss Fox. Is I mean, of course, if you take me on, I treat her good. Any vessel is worth her salt to stay in the sea.
Well, it's definitely a yes for me, but of course I have to
Run it up the chain. I understand.
Exactly. So I will say yes to that. Is there any questions you had for me? Please be very fluent with them, of course.
Yes. Was curious. How did you come across a fine vessel like this? It's not every day you see a living treant ship.
A very good friend of mine.
Connections.
Yes. I'd say a gift.
Well, whoever got you this gift seems to know you awful well, because you seem attuned to it like nobody's business.
I noticed that.
Say sorry.
I noticed that.
It's quite evident.
Funny when I came on board, it's like this ship was calling to me. But anyways.
He leans over and sort of leans his head against the grain of the railing and runs a pseudopod up and down it, looking at the grain. Well, it seems that like a violin's own voice, she's got one of her own. Just got to know how to play her.
I absolutely agree.
But I will be out of your hair, missus, and I believe that there was one other person behind me down by the captain's quarters waiting to talk with one of you. Will I hear from you soon, perhaps?
You are more than welcome to, stay up on the ship if you'd like. I imagine my associate Boswell will be back pretty soon. So, up to you. Or I could fetch for you, however you prefer. I don't want to take your time.
Hey, I'll just take a spot downstairs and, kick my legs up, metaphorically speaking. He just pats the pseudopods that are his legs, and they wobble a little. But I'll stay out of your hair until I hear more. I won't go too far. Not really far to go.
If I could buy you lunch, she'll offer him 7 silver. By all means.
Well, that's awful kind of you. From what I heard, sounded like the person before me was going to be making lunch. But I won't turn down a tip. Honest to a fault, me.
Just in case what he makes may not be what you're interested in, or if he's actually not a good cook. You know how it is.
Met my fair share of those, let me tell you what.
Being safe, of course. So I'd just rather not have someone waiting on me, is what I'd say. Enjoy your time.
I understand. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you, miss. And see you soon. And he ambles off over off the ship and starts heading down the stairs. From the stairway down to the captain's deck, standing next to it is a slight individual that has somewhat simian features and long long webbing that comes down from their elbow and attaches to their waist. She seems to be some sort of sailor, judging by her outfit, the loose-fitting white blouse and the airy trousers and the bandana she's wearing over her dark hair. I believe you were talking to me next. That's not the right voice, but...
Yes, thank you. I appreciate your patience. I do apologize if I've kept you waiting for too long. My name is Miss Fox, and you are?
The name. Let me find my words.
You're good.
Griswold Tabbert. The friends call me Walt.
Would you prefer I call you Walt or Miss Tabbert?
For now, we will stay at Tabbert.
Tabbert, yes. What were they auditioning for?
This individual was the individual that Boswell mentioned to you was just another ship hand.
I understand you're auditioning to be an extra ship hand.
Not auditioning.
What is it?
I am here to help if you need me.
And what brought you onto that? Why choose this ship?
Well, in case you weren't aware, we spent perhaps just under a week leaving my last home. There's little to understand that there might be left there, but I figured I could find perhaps a place here until I have a chance to go back.
Understood. And again, we apologize for that, but happy
You
to
did
see
what you had to.
happy to see you safe and sound, of course, given the circumstances.
I appreciate that.
Appreciate you as well.
But it
We
came to my
definitely-
attention. I was speaking to the bosun, the General Czar, as he calls himself, and he mentioned that while there are many of you, the group of you typically leaves the ship when things are hectic or important. So you need ship hands, and I am a very skilled one at that.
Your experience, how long have you been around ships?
I've been working on ships for about 20 years.
Rolling insight for that?
Mhm.
17.
You get that the way she says she's worked on a ship, she's referring to a specific ship, and she's a little bitter about it.
Which ship would that be, if I may ask?
Well, I ended up on this ship because I was supposed to be on a ship called the Galfor Act. The
Rolling
Galfor Act is one of the naval ships around the Rock of Borough. I was to be a guard for them.
Jade nods because she doesn't know. Rolled a 1. You see,
You rolled 17 on your insight.
yeah, but I rolled for the history of what ship she was talking about.
Oh, the Galfor Act, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she
Wait, what?
explains it. It was one of the guard ships in the Rock of Borough Navy.
Were you caught up in what occurred on that ship?
I was in the press of the
During the
bodies.
event. Yeah.
I was in the press of the bodies and ended up on this ship instead of my own.
I apologize about that.
Again, stop apologizing. It was not your fault.
Of course.
Life is as it is, and we make the best of it. So I am making the best of it and asking if I may stay aboard your ship, offer my expertise, and should the opportunity arise, I find my own ship and return home.
I see nothing wrong with that, of course. And of course, you're welcome to stay, should we take you on. In a combat situation, how do you fare?
She reaches back as if to scratch the back of her neck, and you see her arm go rigid and the muscles tense as she draws a blade from inside the back of her shirt. You see as it actually transforms as part of her tattoo, lifts, and then is pulled free as the saber.
Yo, that's
I always
dope.
have a blade on me.
freaking cool.
I always have a blade on me.
Old Arcana, natural 20 for 27. What is that tattoo?
Magical tattoos.
What is that?
A magical tattoo is something that, under most circumstances, can typically hold a spell, but there are some magical practitioners that can hide material items in their tattoos and call upon them as they seek.
It really wants a tattoo all of a sudden. Doesn't show that, stays stone faced.
Make a performance check for me.
Five.
Eek.
I typically
It's
get that
kinda obvious.
reaction. I typically get that reaction. And I understand that it can be off-putting to know that someone near you may always have a blade at the ready. But I assure you, I only use them for those who board the ship I am on without permission.
My dear, we have a lot more in common than you could possibly imagine. Well done. I'm all about hiding weapons in plain sight. I don't know if you've, seen us fighting off those creatures that were on the ship, but
And see,
among friends.
I see the daggers you are holding right now. The two around your waist, the one in your boot, and the one strapped to your thigh.
I hold more than daggers, but enough about me. And thank you
I hold
for
more
that.
than sabers.
Yes. Well, I like that. Do you fancy sparring?
Perhaps when I have some drink in me and I'm feeling a little looser. Right now I am stiff from the confinement.
Of course. I don't know, something about our crew gets a little rowdy every now and then. Maybe a spirited sparring, a friendly battle would be fun. Just between friends, of course. Keep us sharp.
Of course, must be sharp. It's about now you hear the sounds of flapping flippers and heavy thudding steps as Boswell and Landor return. Boswell is talking animatedly about some account while Landor is walking behind him with a large crate of vegetables and other packaged foods. He looks to the side of the crate. Oh, hello there, Miss Fox. Where is your kitchen? Oh, I remember. Never mind, thank you. And he continues walking past and downstairs.
Well, it seems my friend here is going to. My lips, I don't know. Excuse me. Well,
Don't whack.
think exactly. Well, it seems that we're about to start cooking. You're welcome to stay aboard. I, of course, going to give you a full yes, but I will discuss with my associate. He'll need to give the final yes, of course. But you've got a yes from me.
Understandable. You wouldn't happen to have met someone with or know somebody with a similar accent to me, as I heard a voice very similar. Someone from my homeland, perhaps.
Why do you ask, if I may?
It is not a common accent. You learn to pick it out.
Oh, yes, of course, but that said individual is a very, very close friend of mine. And of course, I want to warrant her safety. So, why do you ask?
Because I would like to reconnect and understand what happened from the places I am from. You may not understand it, and I don't mean to make assumptions as you seem a very well-traveled lady. However, I am from Gif space. Hadozi may I be. I am Gif in heart.
Yes, I do know of someone, Madame Arnott. Arnaud, Arnott?
Arno. You said she was your cannon master, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much, my Lady Fox. I look forward to dinner.
Right.
She turns and heads back. Actually, she heads up to the crow's nest, and you see her climbing with very incredible alacrity. She seems very well versed at traversing a ship like this. Boswell steps up next to you. You almost look proud of what you've done.
My crow's nest. Jane looks a little sad for a minute. Honestly, Boswell, excellent choices here. I'm going to say yes to all three, but of course I want to try this gentleman's cooking. The carpenter that was brought on.
Ah, yes.
Mhm.
Get up.
Incredible amounts of experience and was very excited to be brought on alone. You're properly compensating them, is that correct?
Are you officially hiring me on as the ship's accountant?
Well, no one else is.
The answer to one is the answer to the other.
Yes.
Thank you. Then yes, they are being paid. I will speak with Czar about what we have in our coffers, and from there we will determine who gets what share. But I assure you they will be paid.
Understood. No questions at all. Just all great people.
I'm glad you like them.
Well, of course, we need to try the food. I'm hoping this gentleman is good.
Yes, he was saying some very interesting things. Like, he mentioned that there was a teal bugbear of sorts that gave him some tips.
She'd never met the bugbear, but
You never see teal bugbears. They're usually not furred. But he said what he saw. The fellow seemed like his bark was worse than his bite.
Jade will roll history.
Uh,
An 11.
a furred teal bugbear does not ring any bells.
Of course.
And she will never bring it up again.
Valen, Nico, and Tin Man, you leave Rowdy's recycling. And
I'm still there. I have
Okay.
not left. I will not leave. Like if
right,
Valen
yes.
and Tin Man leave, I'm staying there until my project is done. So
Correct. So yes, Nico then. We'll take a moment here. Nico, Kaz, let me find his full name. I'm trying to be better about my notes. It's in here. Kazmar, the middle brother, the one with the brown hair, he speaks very animatedly and gets into the technical jargon and the nitty gritty with you. He seems, of the two of them, the more technically minded, as where Yordi, the older brother, the one with the darker hair, is a little more on the creative side. He seems to be more of the business side of things, sort of offering suggestions here and there as you and Kazmar work out the details. He moves to different parts of the store, to the shop. Yeah, you said something with hinges, right? Yeah, I think we got something over here. There was a couple of crab apparatuses that weren't working so well. We took them in, we paid for them, and they just stopped working. But anyway, there's a couple arms back here that maybe we could find something for you.
let's do it. And
Anything
like,
else you're looking for?
wait. You
specifically?
said there was more out back, right? Like,
Oh yeah, we got
There we
the whole junkyard out there. I mean, don't get me wrong. The powers that be here don't like it if we take out too much space. It looks a little bad, but you know.
knowing this, it's like, go full into the details. I'm like, all right, here's what we need, and like, sorry, what was your name again?
Which one are you asking?
The one that the more technical one.
Oh, Kazmar.
Kazmar.
Rowdy.
All right, you sir, look, quite good at putting things together.
And taking them apart. That's my favorite part.
And Nico will start essentially showing him the lattice of where the device and how it would look, but out of runes. And it will be all the runes for like Longstrider, Expeditious Retreat, and essentially kind of crafting a skeletal frame of almost armor, but it's just the frame. In magical runes, we need this shape. About yay big. What can you fit inside this? And it will look like that a helix, and kind of hold it in front of him as almost like a three-dimensional blueprint out of magical runes.
Honestly, that's sick. You got to teach me how to do that. Aside, next to that, we got to use a paper and pencil around here. It's really inconvenient. But
I might have something like that, and like we'll pull out like my little holographic device I had in that we used, and just here you can have that.
For a second, I thought.
Well,
I thought he meant like, oh, I got something like that, like pen and paper, and he just slaps the messiest, grossest, slimiest handbook on the counter. Splat.
He holds up the projector. But how does it work? Oh, don't tell me I can take it apart and figure it out. Don't tell me. I want to know. I'm gonna figure it out. Anyway, he tucks it into a pocket. So, you know what cesium is?
No. Wait, do I know what cesium is?
Cesium is a common material. It's, if my memory serves, it's a metal that reacts very violently to oxygen.
Okay.
Ooh.
It sort of has a bronze or gold aesthetic to it.
Okay. Well, yeah, but we don't. That's not going to work for what we're thinking.
Oh no! I'm talking about a different project. You seemed a knowledgeable type, and I figured I'd ask.
Yeah, it's metal, highly reactive. It does make big booms.
So, hear me out.
Okay.
What if we make an engine? When it explodes, it takes this piece of metal and pushes it down. It turns this rod that turns these wheels. Or you activate some sort of, I don't know, magical engine that shoots out propulsion. We call it a combustion engine. We're working on it. It's a prototype right now, but we're trying to make jammers that non-magic people can use.
Ooh, that's actually not a bad idea. So how do you think? Like almost completely forgetting his project. It's like, so what are we thinking design-wise? What we looking rounded, straight, and like wait. Okay, leg. Come on. Let's get back to what we were doing.
Yeah, if you're gonna be here for a few days, I'd love it if you came back and worked with us on it. You seem like a kind of person that knows their stuff. But the leg, yes. You hear a sort of squelch from behind as you hear Yordi sort of fiddling with your armor. What's this made out of? Is this made out of you?
Weirdly, yes.
Oh, that's disgusting. I love it.
Yeah, but as you can see, it is like it's metal. And then I will
What do you mean?
like, and then as he's like looking at it, I will kind of constitute it or just like dissolve the outer shell out into dust and start retracting it back, and then stop it halfway and reform it. I don't know. I can't really explain. It just does that. I designed it. It works, and I wanted to make cool armor, but you can't walk everywhere in armor. We needed somewhere easy to store it, so I thought, why not inside myself?
Now you're thinking. So, if we've got somebody that's got a messed up leg, chances are that leg is weak. We can't put something heavy on there. So it's got to be able to go away when they're not using it.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me?
So that's what. No, I'm following you. That's why we can. if you can get me, we're going to need some physical parts. I can do the rest because, again, showing in the lattice work, there's a little bit of magic involved. But
He leans over to his brother. He said the M word.
hey, it's pretty cool. I happen to do it. I don't know how, but let me tell you. Oh, don't get me wrong. I like I pull out and show him some of the sonic bombs. Like I like the technical stuff too, but the magic stuff's really cool.
When you bring up magic, they seem incredibly nonplussed. But then you bring out the documents and the not the documents, your sonic grenade. Okay, we could tell that you got the know-how. Come back tomorrow, or I guess they look outside later today, I guess. Just come back when you can, and we'll work something out. I got some ideas. I got this piece of paper that you gave me. I'll get the stuff together for you, okay?
All right, like slightly disappointed. Like, look, there's not much I have to do.
Oh,
I just
come on.
yeah.
Oh, you're a busy man.
Yeah, maybe no, not really.
Then both Kazmar and Yordi start pulling you back towards the junkyard. And I think that's where we'll call the session for the night.
Oh my gosh, this was such a fun episode. So many great scenes. Alex, Marina, Dayton, Mark, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. More importantly, all the viewers out there, this was the most watched live episode yet. So thank you so much for tuning in and enjoying what we've got going on here. Tune in all this week. Next Monday, we're going to be live for Behind the Scenes. But I'm going to be live playing games as I usually do. So tune in, say hi, and, let us know what's going on in your world. Mark, what do you got for us tonight, buddy? Great episode, by the way.
Thank you. Well, big thank you to everyone who's here, who showed up. We really do appreciate everyone who shows up to help us tell our silly stories. It's nice to have an audience and people that enjoy the same things we do. It's good to know that the world's a little bigger than we think it is. That said, don't forget to wash your dice. And until